I will defend that movie.
Okay.
There's still just very funny lines in it.
Is it a good movie?
I don't know how to explain it. Like if you had to watch it with your daughter, you wouldn't be like annoyed.
Okay.
You'd be like, all right, I kind of get it.
Because it's a high school movie that doesn't take itself seriously.
Correct.
All the people that are in there are clearly in their 20s.
Right.
You know, it's
Like, we are not the audience for it, but I'm telling you, like, I'm with Mike. Like, it is still pretty damn funny.
Okay. I'll check it out.
It's just fun.
Yeah.
It's just a good little
Maybe that's
ride.
right. It's just
99.9 KISW, The Rock of Seattle, is proud to once again present the KISW Miles Montgomery Golf Classic, presented by Pinky's Plumbing. Doing it again, playing a little golf.
Yeah.
This time we're heading to Redmond Ridge Golf Club for a day packed with golf, laughs, a little bit of booze, and a little bit of mayhem with your favorite KISW crew.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Now, register your foursome if you can now. Grab your guys together and join us for this unforgettable day on the golf course. Spots are going to fill up fast.
They did last year,
I
man.
want to say last year, we sold this bad boy out in just a couple of weeks.
And the thing is, before we even made the announcement, I'm talking months ago, people have already been bugging us about it. All the golfers.
Yeah.
You guys doing it again? You doing it again? When are you going to do it? I want to play golf with you guys.
We had a blast. We had a great day.
It was a really good day.
We saw a guy hit a hole-in-one off of a toilet.
off a toilet.
He was standing on the toilet, hit the ball. I'm not kidding. I don't think it went more than 3 feet off the ground. We're all kind of watching this thing, and it disappeared in the bucket. When it came time to change the display to whatever they're selling next, her boss was just like, well, we're just taking the bar. We're just going to throw them out. But, right. My mom's like, what? Throw them in the trash with the rest of this crap. She's like, they are living creatures. So finally, he was just like, do you want them? And she didn't, but she ran it by me and my brother. We're like, sure. And look, they're low maintenance. They're everything, all right. But
did you take them out? Will they like fly on you?
Absolutely not. If you open that cage, they're going to fly around the house, and you had to get their ass and put them back in. That was the only thing that was a challenge. They're not like domestic birds. They're just birds that you can legally own, but it's not like a parrot that makes friends with you.
Okay.
They would recognize you, but if you open the cage and let them out, they're going to fly away. One of them, there were 2 females and a male. The male ended up, my brother, it was his turn to change the cage. He took it outside. This is when we lived in the woods. And Duke, that was the male bird, he flew out, landed on the tree branch, and then flew somewhere. So when my father gets home from work, we're explaining this to my father, and he's like, oh, that bird's dead. We're like, well, no, man, he just flew. And he's like, hey, dumbass, we live in the woods. He's like, that thing, it has no protection. It doesn't know what it's doing. He's like, it can be a hawk. It can be a fox. It can be an owl. That bird is dead. Don't even look for it. He's like, that bird is gone. Don't worry about it. That was a hard lesson to learn, but he was just like, I'm going to go read the paper now. You can entertain any thought you want.
He didn't want the birds.
He's like, that bird, he didn't care. I take you back. 2 old guys, I believe, in England. They nursed, what was it, a hawk? Back to health. I don't know what had happened to the hawk initially, but these 2 old guys, they made it their life's mission to rehabilitate this thing. And then they have a camera crew out there in the day. They're going to set this hawk free. And they're at a park. And they're already kind of teary-eyed.
They're beside a highway.
Because they're going to say goodbye, to this animal that nursed back to health. And they toss it up in the air, and it flies away, and it circles over the highway, and is instantly smashed by a truck. Dad, I'm telling you.
I know.
Have you seen the video?
I'm looking it up.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah, I just like
Have
it
you
so
seen
much.
this,
I
Mike?
want to watch it again.
Oh, yeah. I would feel better.
Why? We've been over this though. Why did they release it so close to that highway?
Well, I don't think they thought a truck was going to
All right, here he goes. They took his little blinder helmet off.
Yep.
One guy's holding him.
Freedom.
They're gonna take that string off. Right? Oh, look, he's alive. He's cruising around. Hard left into the highway. Oh, come on, no. Right, that guy just like,
Oh, yeah, look at you. Taking her hat off.
I feel better with them running away.
I mean, they crossed the highway and tried to come back to them. And it's like,
It's terrible.
look, let's just say it. That's a dumb bird. Like you can fly higher.
All right, Jordan, I'm going to give you a hint here. There's one left. It's not my favorite thing, but it is a green vegetable that you put on pizza.
Is it broccoli?
And it comes in at
No,
number 9.
There's no chance it's broccoli.
Okay, good.
This would be more prevalent.
Jalapenos.
This would be more prevalent on a jalapenos.
Yeah.
This would be more prevalent on a white pizza.
White pizza.
A white pizza.
Like Alfredo sauce is the base instead of marinara?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a green
Is it
vegetable.
leafy by chance?
It is leafy.
Is it basil?
No.
Spinach.
Could be spinach.
Yeah, I'd have to say spinach, maybe?
Okay, you got it. You got all 10. Spinach might not be the first topping that comes to mind, but this green goddess has earned its place among the best pizza toppings. Wilted just enough in the hot ovens. Spinach adds a taste that works best with creamy white sauces, but you can also stand up to stronger flavors. They say try some spinach on your next pizza and see what you think.
No.
So here are the top 10 toppings. We got bacon at 10, 9 is spinach, pineapple 8, green peppers come in at 7, 6 is black olives, sausage 5, onions 4, mushrooms 3, extra cheese, and pepperoni at number 1 round out the top 10 pizza toppings.
Ooh, well, ahoy there. Well, sadly, the old Capitan's last trip to Houston was with a certain radio personality with the passing of his wife. And man, oh man, it's not his wife, Jesus Christ, his aunt. And he kept saying, listen, if nothing else, you're going to enjoy some of the finest homemade barbecue in the country. And we got there and the Capitan's mouth watered and we sat through 4 sad hours of funeral procession. Finally got back to the house and here was the captain's opportunity to have barbecue. Little boudin, Ted. I've been hearing all about it. And it was catered by Olive Garden.
Oh, no.
Olive Garden, that's right. All the breadsticks the old Capitan can eat, even though he was really looking forward to having some barbecue. But he got a meatball and a piece of chicken on his pasta, so there's that. Living large. Crunchberry.
I've often thought about getting a parrot.
No.
Yes.
Really?
I have.
Why?
I don't know.
It's going to live forever. That's one.
Yeah.
You can leave it to your kids. You can be pissed. They can sit there as they're reading the will, like, please don't leave me the bird. Please don't leave me the bird.
I don't know.
Your kids are going to be pissed, and then I can guarantee it. At least twice a week, you'll come in here and go ahead and sleep. They won't shut up.
And it keeps
we'll
saying,
go, we told you not to buy a parrot.
whatever cuss word it's going to hear coming out of your mouth. You mother.
I could only imagine
was-
that thing would learn living with you.
Yeah, man, my son, you took him golfing that one time, and I'm like, hey, man, how was golfing? He's like, it's fine. Mr. Miles cusses a lot. That was the entire summary of his experience.
Well, when you're golfing, you know.
Well, sure. Somebody here says, Miles, didn't your daughter also live off of Chicken McNuggets?
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for chicken nuggets and french fries and vanilla ice cream.
Well, like Tigger would eat a lot of food, like most dogs.
Yeah.
But my mom used to make, for holidays, would make these like ham roll-up things. Right? It's like ham, and there's something, you make like something that goes inside of it with like cream cheese and something else. But I remember he would sit there and beg for food. You give him a piece of ham, and he would just sit there and look at it like,
Ham?
right? He'd be like, you got to put the filling in. Because he was just watching her fill them and then roll them up, and it must have clicked in his head. That,
Cream cheese, mama. Cream
Yeah.
cheese. I know what's in there.
Because he would just take it, put it down, and just kind of look at her like, you got to put the stuff in there, dude.
Yeah, we dropped a piece of onion on the floor, and my daughter, no, onions, not good for dogs, all right? So I'm slowly going down to pick it up. Keep in mind, the dog has no interest. The dog recognizes, like, I don't want to eat that. My daughter, lightning fast, it's like she dove on the floor, it's like a little piece of diced onion. No, Molly, you can't. I was like, baby, do not make this dramatic. If the dog hasn't moved, she doesn't want it, but thank you.
The dog's
for
not doing
assisting.
anything.
Oh, yeah.
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. the trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the Men's Room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4492. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, D. Ted Smith, and my cock, Montgomery. And you are the Men's Room. On tap today, Taryn Daly and Steve Miggs from the Daily Miggs Morning Show join us once again. We will sit and spin. And today we get the absolute worst with the 10 worst lyrics in classic rock. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, a Men's Room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Clack, clack.
Drink-a-dee-drunk.
All right, here we go. London fire officials once again have to remind people it is not a good idea to smoke in bed. Meanwhile, a Florida cat has surgery to remove 26 items that you put on your head. Woman removed from a plane says what? Virginia residents now know to keep their blinds shut. And maybe not the best idea to try and ski over a frozen lake. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, if you're thinking to yourself, man, oh man, the fun never ends. Well, you're not imagining things, right? Started Saturday with Stanwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day parade, which travels exactly 1 block. But Saturday was also, Ted, I know, it was Pie Day, where people, they celebrate mathematical equations while eating pie and having fun with math. And look, if you can't have fun with math, well, then you, my friend, are completely normal. And then Sunday, you had the 98th Annual Academy Awards. And sure, the ceremony is for Hollywood's elite, but people around the country, they host Oscar parties, just like Super Bowl parties. And now today, of course, is St. Patrick's Day, where people across the country wear green and use it as an excuse to drink until they puke. Now, barflies aren't big fans of the day, but it is a night where bars will be booming. And, well, it's an annual tradition. And why not, right? My friends, they host an annual Chinese Lunar New Year party. Are they Chinese? Not even close. But we all get together and eat Chinese food and drink a lot. Just because it's a Chinese New Year. It's just what we do. But today we're talking about annual traditions, right? So it might revolve around the garden variety holidays like Christmas and Thanksgiving, or maybe you have your own thing, like that annual ski trip or the weekend in Vegas that you take with the fellas. So today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. We want to know, holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition? And do you look forward to it or not?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go. Hey, what's going on? Check out the shoes.
The Sandwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day parade. I love Sandwood. So shout out to all my fellow Sandwoodians and to everybody that is here celebrating our tiny little town. Thank you guys for being here.
Football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The number one word that comes back every single time is community. And we can feel it today.
That's why I'm here. This is a public service announcement. My watch told me I was in a loud environment. I think it's right.
How we doing, Karen?
So great, this is amazing. Best turnout ever.
Good Lionheart. Woo!
Thank you everyone for coming out to Scanwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Stanwood, man. It's been fun, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Rock from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
Now, we're coming up for you at 4:30. In the meantime, our question, what is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
So, this isn't me, but I used to work with this guy. Him and his wife were going to move to Montana. They bought this property. They spent a couple years building a house. They were a couple months away from moving over there when somehow one of the neighbors, 3 or 4 of their cows, got into the house and got trapped in there for like 3 weeks.
What?
These cows got trapped in this house for like 3 weeks. They ate drywall. They, did their business all over the floor. But before this guy I worked with could even move in, the cows destroyed the house.
How much did he say about how much money and damage the dumb cows did?
They had to rebuild the entire house because of all of the poo and urine that was all over the house.
Poo.
You can Google this. If you Google cows stuck in Montana house, it shows it is like chest high.
Oh.
Cow gunk.
I mean, look, cows are never known for being the brightest animal. I don't think they're as stupid as everyone thinks, but the flip side is like, all right, you guys got into this house, and in 3 weeks, not one of you even accidentally managed to find a way out.
Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, my God.
How did you put? Oh!
Oh, my
God. We just pulled up pictures, man.
Oh, my God.
That is wall-to-wall S.
The house was destroyed.
Now,
because of these cows.
How did they get in there?
That's what I'm saying.
They have no idea. They never figured it out, but they suspect because the farmer who owned them noticed that they were missing and couldn't find them for a few weeks. And then my friend went over there to do some work on the house and found the cows in the house.
And you said
they knew
they've been working on this house for years.
A good couple of years, yeah, because he would contract some of the work out, but he would go over there and do a lot of the work himself. And they were a few months away from retiring and moving over there full time, and then the house got destroyed.
I mean, look, it's not that it's funny, but we're looking at the images from the story you're telling us, and for whatever reason, it makes it funny because almost every picture they show is a room where the floor and the walls are covered in cow S, but there's always a cow in the picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the cow's looking at the camera like,
and every single picture,
get out of this house.
They're just standing in the doorway looking at the camera like, did I do that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
this guy, he came back from that trip, and he was we're like, what the heck is wrong with you? He goes, cows ate my house. They pooed all over my house.
Yeah, and I'm sure he didn't say pooed, but when he tells you this story, do you laugh out loud or do you wait for him to finish before you laugh?
Oh, no, we laughed. We 100% laughed.
I'm assuming you have insurance on the home while you're building it. I don't
know. I mean,
I think he did. I don't know. I haven't worked with him in a few years, but yeah, this was when he came back from that trip. We were like, so when you moving over? He's like, probably never.
You know, but even if you do have insurance, right? So I have homeowners insurance, but at the moment you sign up for it, you still have to check the boxes of what you want them to cover. So, like, if you don't have earthquake insurance as part of your coverage and there's an earthquake, they're not going to cover it. I don't know, and I don't remember when I was going through all the things that they had. I pretty much signed up for everything because I know how they are. I don't know if there was that kind of coverage. You know,
you don't think there's a cows trapped in your house coverage?
I mean, in theory,
I'm sure
I don't think you need it.
Animal insurance, but I get the feeling, just how insurance companies are, right? Because the goal is to not give you money. But I think their approach would be like, look, if the animal's inside of your house, that would be your pet insurance because that's how we would perceive an inside thing. If it's animal damage, my guess is in this case they're going to say we.
But what other animal would damage a home like that?
On the inside, I mean that's because nobody keeps your cows inside, not in their home anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. I hope he got an insurance payout on that, but I feel like they insurance could find an out on that. Goddamn. What does it say in the article? I mean, do they say how much money?
House may very well need to be gutted, refloored due to the damage.
Mike, look at this. So every picture is a cow.
Oh, my word.
Yeah. So it says, house is on my aunt's property, live in Washington. We're planning to move over at the end of the year. We assumed she was going down every now and again to check on the house, but she wasn't. Cattle guy has a lot of acreage and looked for his cows, even filed a report for stolen cattle. He looked in our shed, but not in the house because he thought someone was living there. There was a bad storm in town, I think in late April, and we think the cows were looking for coverage. They either got in by nudging a lever door or the wind might have blown the door open. Not sure. Insurance has been contacted, but I'm not sure about the outcome because my stepfather is trying to deal with it directly with a cattle guy and trying to work something out. And no, we don't have farmers insurance. Ha ha. Cattleman has already contacted contractors to come out and appraise the house. We have all this info, but unfortunately, we are back in Washington at this time, so it's going to be a process. Next note says I'm going to become a vegetarian to please the cow gods. So this will never happen again. That is insane.
Wow. Yeah.
What is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Adam. Welcome to the men's room.
Tacos and beer.
Hola.
Hey, I'm about $10,000 deep on an exotic short-haired cat.
You are how much money?
Trying to keep this thing alive. $10,000.
Okay. You said trying to keep it alive. How old is the hair? You said a hairless or short hair? Short hair. How old is this cat?
Short hair. It's about 10 years old now. It's still full of life and very cuddly cat. But it repeatedly had urinary tract infections, which is $1,500 every time that happens. I think that happened 3 times.
You're listening to The Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
All of it, Charles, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,492. What a large and in charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat. Once again, we'll be joined by Taryn Daly, Steve Biggs from the Daily Biggs Morning Show. We will sit and spin. Today we get the worst of the worst. We have the 10 worst lyrics in classic rock.
I think that's just tough, man. It's tough because there's a lot. I don't know if like hair metal is considered classic rock now. You know,
Should be.
Right, it's kind of its own thing. But I'm just saying, as far as bad lyrics go in the world of rock, there's a lot to choose from. But hair metal was like, hold my beer.
When the children cry.
I mean, Jesus, we can make anything stupid.
Who came up with that?
I don't know. Why would you release that?
What was a hit?
Little child. I know.
Guy, you crying eyes. Who writes that? Who gets hammered and says, this is what I'm putting down on paper?
Again, if they played at a strip club, are you watching the dancer?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I got to be distracted from the song. I'm totally focused in on that woman. Yes.
Depends on the dancer.
What do you mean? Who's going to dance? I don't feel like that's anything.
I'm just saying,
What if she's up there rubbing, what if she's rubbing her eyes?
But if she's that hot, I might not notice the song, but it's just like, song sucks.
Like
so
she has
the
to be
dancer.
a 10.
Yes.
A 10 out of 10 to ignore that song.
10 worst lyrics in classic rock coming up at 4:30. Happy St. Patty's Day, by the way, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're having to celebrate. Ted, you got any plans for St. Patty's Day?
I'll probably go out and enjoy a Guinness tonight.
Okay, all right. Is this the time that you do drink a Guinness typically?
Honestly, yes.
Do you drink it any other time of the year?
I will here and there. Like
Sure.
I have a 12-pack of it or whatever at my house. That's been sitting there for 2 months, so I don't drink it a ton.
Obviously.
I don't know how you do that, man.
I do like Guinness, but generally I drink it on St. Patrick's Day.
All right.
And then it's all right, but like my buddy Looney that passed away, right? On his birthday or his death day, I will go out and have what I'm now calling a Dublin drop.
Which
Did
is?
you come up with that, or is that actually a thing?
Well, we're not supposed to call them Irish car bombs anymore.
Well,
Irish
for good
people
reason.
don't like that. So I'm trying. I don't know. I'm trying to
really. Do the Irish go? Hey, maybe drop that car bomb part?
Right. I didn't realize it was invented in the States.
Right.
So now I'm calling it a Dublin drop. Shout out to the bartender at Murphy's. He told me that.
Wait, you're telling me the people in Ireland did not come up with that name for their drink?
Well, I thought if you were on the Catholic side, you didn't mind. Then it turns out they were doing it to each other.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
During the Troubles.
Do you drink a Mexican beer on Cinco de Mayo?
Sure do.
You do?
Yeah.
So you stick with the plan?
Honestly, that's not shocking. I'm kind of that guy. Yeah. If it's Cinco de Mayo, I'll have a Mexican beer. And it's not like I'll have a Modelo here and there.
Sure.
Probably about as often as I have a Guinness. And I like Guinness, but yeah, I just don't think to drink it a ton.
Well, when I go to the state of Florida to visit family, I only drink Busch Light.
Yeah?
Because that's all they sell.
That's all. They really, seriously.
That's what comes out of your tap.
It is a tradition.
I mean, like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and
Steve,
sometimes, I was going to say, you flip up completely what you're drinking. Like, I don't know why, but like, I don't know. If I'm in Texas sometimes, I tend to drink more like bourbons or whiskeys.
Really?
Yeah.
even though they're from Kentucky and Tennessee.
It feels southern.
All right.
I like,
Okay.
if I go to Texas, I drink me a straight Kentucky bourbon.
And a Crown Royal.
On 4th of July.
That's right. Jeez, oh, yes. Steve Biggs in the studio. What are you up to this afternoon?
I'm just going to go get myself a Shamrock Shake to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Isn't that what we do?
Do they, are they still putting those out, the Shamrock Shake?
Yes, and we
It is
learned
out.
that they're also incorporating Oreo cookies if you want to go crazy.
In the Shamrock Shake?
Yes.
How do
All
you
right,
suck that
McDonald's.
through a straw?
Don't go crazy.
I don't think you. I think you need a spoon for that.
When I was a kid, I loved the Shamrock Shake, man. I mean, like, freaking lost my mind to the point your parents get annoyed. Like, Jesus, all right, here you go. So maybe 30 years passed. Had another one maybe 10 years ago. It's one of the worst things I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
I was like, this is awful. This is freaking terrible.
We're talking about traditions today, things that you do every year, or whether it's with family, whether it's with friends,
the holiday.
it's a trip you take with your buddies, whatever
Sure.
the deal is. But you and Taryn go down every year for the Mariners tasting of the new menu items.
Yes.
At T-Mobile.
And today's that day.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
Yes.
what did they have last year?
Oh, last year they had like the Ichiro roll. They had like the Trident cup where you could fill it up
that's
with
right.
beer. They had a bunch of other stuff too, like some sushi stuff and other random. I'm actually surprised that we got invited back again.
Why do you say that?
Because last year was our first year and we were trying our best to be on our best behavior. We're just like, I can't believe it. It's only been 20-something years and I finally get invited to a Mariners food preview.
Right.
And I'm trying to do an interview with Greg Green, who's like one of the head muckety-mucks there. And I have a plate of the Ichiro sushi roll and I didn't want to put it down because it was delicious. So I set it on top of my drink. And I kind of bounced it on my drink, and I'm doing the interview, and I don't know what happened, but I lost my balance, and the sushi roll just fell on his feet. And I'm like,
oh, dude.
And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, I'm that D-bag. I thought for sure we were off the list.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited. Second year in a row, we're going to enjoy some of the Mariners.
You guys actually use it because, oftentimes you guys will go to an afternoon game during the week or whatever, or catch one later on in the evening. But you guys end up a lot more down there than we do based on the time we're on.
Yeah, it's nice to go to an afternoon game.
So did they give you a little sampling of what to expect this year as far as some of the newer items?
There is a Trident roll, which is a sushi roll that's made to look like the Mariner Trident. It's like uses that yellow sushi paper.
But I mean, is it in the shape of a trident?
It's like three fat ass rolls, like, and they're put next to each other, and it kind of represents a trident, I guess.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
What else have they
We got to try the Old Bay fries.
I was gonna say, Ted, they've got Old Bay fries.
Right, there's Old Bay fries. There's crab fries.
Crab nachos.
Yeah.
What were you telling me? What's the thing that it's shaped like a ferry boat? What is?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of options, but they made like this carrying. It's like for $8 extra, you get like it looks like the Washington State Ferry, and on each side it's got dipping sauce holders, and you can do that with your chicken tenders, your fries, or your nachos.
Okay, and now
I'm so hungry.
Do you give them like input? When you're done, do they ask, hey, what do you guys think? Or is it just, this is what we're doing?
I think the decision's been made. And even if they took the input, I think it's in one ear and out the other. But the main chef guy, the guy who curates all this, we got to talk to him last time. So I imagine we'll get to BS with him as well this time. So if you have any input, I'll pass that along.
So now wait. Now you guys do that. You guys, this is your second year doing that.
Yes.
And then this past Saturday, the dumbest idea you've ever had apparently has become a tradition in Stanwood, right?
They're already telling us they want it again next year.
Because it was supposed to be kind of like a one-off thing last year, right? Like, hey, this is a dumb idea. And then it happened.
Yep. And then soon after, they're like, let's do it for the second year. It's like, all right, we'll put like maybe 2 more weeks of planning into this.
So is this like a new tradition that you have established? Because the city of Stanwood's counting on you, bro. You got a key.
I feel like we got to do it. Yeah, I know. The key's in a drawer in the other room.
You can't just get a key and then abandon the city, right? Like
that would be a douche move.
Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to.
It felt like the crowd was easily doubled.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
From last year. It seemed like there was twice as much going on.
I think somebody even thought that was triple, which I think was a little exaggerated, but I would agree with you. I think it was about double the amount of people. And last time it was pretty good. It was a really good, it was like a few hundred people. And I think this time we were probably pushing about 1,000 people in the streets of Stanwood.
Say like 50,000 people show up.
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes, it would be. But would the tradition stay the same that it's still only 1 block?
Yes.
Okay.
In my eyes, I think it would be great. Do a short ass parade.
Yeah.
Like again, I love Miles' idea. Each year it gets shorter and shorter.
Yeah,
and
1 foot shorter.
My foot.
Like, get it done in like 5 to 10 minutes, and then just have like a food fair and music, and just like do a full and then we're there for like 12 hours. Well, Ted was already there for 12 hours because he ended up at Sail Brewing for the entire night.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like we just stay all day and party.
I've got more Miles dumb ideas.
Please.
Okay? So typically, and I've done this before a parade. I did it in San Diego, and I've done it here in Seattle.
Parades have you been to?
Well, look, it's just
for someone who says they don't like parades. You seem to have been to a lot
I don't
of
go
parades.
to the
I've only
parades.
been to 2.
But what I do, what I have done before is because they've already got the road shut down.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So typically, like with your Diplo thing, they'll do like a 5K or a race before the parade.
Okay, no,
all right,
no.
Look, you're only doing the block.
Oh, the block race?
You're doing the block.
Oh, like a 0-1K?
You're doing the block. You get you get a number. You might even get a medal.
Dude. Instead of a 5K,
you're doing a 1 block race before the parade. Everybody lines up. You got a starter's tape. Somebody fires off the gun.
I
and
kind of
everybody
did
runs.
one of these once. It was called the lard butt.
Yeah.
And it was like
lard
05.
butt?
Yeah, it was like 0.05K. And then instead of water stations, you just had to do like 1 lap around this thing. There was donut stations.
Yeah.
But you got a bib.
Right.
You met the mascot. There was waves. If you ran, you got booed. You're supposed to just walk or jog.
I love that. We just take a couple of steps and that's it.
Everyone's got, the race is over.
The number with the safety pin on their shirt.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll even spray you to make it look like you're sweating.
Beer garden opens 2 hours beforehand. Before you get out of here, I do have a suggestion.
Yes.
Tell the Mariners guy, go, look, you got Old Bay fries, you got crab fries. Put some of the Old Bay on the crab fries.
Yes.
Dude, I think that's a brilliant idea.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, I would tell him put Old Bay on everything.
Yeah, well, I know.
And they also, I'm a lover of pretzels, and they have something I guess it's called the pretzel pile up, and it's like pretzels that are just doused with like beer cheese, horseradish cream, and bacon.
Giant Stadium. Yeah. Giant Stadium has a giant pretzel with crab on top. in the outfield, and some kind of sauce. I don't know if it's like a hollandaise or whatever it is. But
okay, say I'm at, and I don't know if you know this, but I go to whatever vendor, and they happen to have crab fries and they happen to have soft pretzels. What are the odds that I can say, hey, brother, can you throw, and I'll pay the extra, can you throw the crab meat on top of the pretzel? Because I feel like when you go to sporting events, they don't seem as willing to mix and match. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, no, man. There's like this weird... There's this weird overlord that seems to look over every state and they're like, hey,
Cal
man,
Raleigh.
like, I would love to do that for you. But you're right. They always get nervous. Like, I don't know if we can do that. Like, you can do it, man. Just do it.
I guess all the players are in Arizona, right?
Yes.
Or do they take the break with the World Baseball Classic?
I know.
Or do they keep on
No. Spring training's still going on.
It is.
So that's part of the issue with the World Baseball Classic is like some of the clubs have called and been like, I don't want that guy pitching.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And tonight's
when Julio got hurt for a second, I was like, oh, you got to be effing kidding me.
That's the issue, is that it's in the beginning of the year.
Right.
Everybody's not ready to rock. Yeah. But tonight is the
you should
final.
also tell these guys down there today that almost all the stand should have the men's room IPA or the men's room 20th anniversary lager in a bright yellow can or on draft or whatever they got. So
you're gonna get the mousse,
the chocolate mousse.
Yeah.
Just heard you say.
I've been looking over this menu. It came out last week. I was like, it looks dope.
What about the 3 churros that they have? They have 3 different types of churros. They have like a fluffernutter one,
Okay.
Which looks awesome. And then like a fruity cereal one. And then I can't remember what the third
Doesn't
one
matter. It's
is.
a churro. It's good.
Yeah,
right?
churros are
that's
fantastic.
Who did you hobnob with last year? Who are some of the local celebs that show up for this?
Oh, man. I mean...
Is it a who's who of just... I mean, every TV station's going to be there, right?
Yeah, Leah Pizzetti.
Okay.
From 5.
Tell her I said hello.
I will.
In that exact voice. You can't say Throw says hello. It does be Throw says
What's her
hello.
name?
Now, look, she might
Leah
pepper
Pizzetti.
spray you to get to me, but that's okay. Take one for the team.
Yeah, she's awesome. And then I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah. But, like you said, probably all the local...
All the other radio people that have been going for years, apparently.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, see? Hello.
Yeah.
I'd like to congratulate her on just recently getting engaged.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, you know what? I didn't say anything to her. I didn't say a damn word.
What, Steve? What is something that I know you guys every year go to morning show boot camp?
Yeah.
You guys do that together.
Yep.
Are there any?
That's a tradition we've been doing forever.
any
You wear
family,
bathrobes?
What's that?
So do you wear bathrobes?
No,
You save that for the funny guys.
Yeah, that's the wacky guy that does that.
Any family traditions that you do?
Not speak to each other until around the holidays.
Is that really it?
Yeah, that's about it. You know, maybe I'm getting asked when I'm going to grow up. That's a fun tradition.
Well,
I
what
get that
about
one
with
every
your
once in a while.
daughter
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
right? Because once you have kids, whether
Yeah.
you intend for things to become tradition or not,
Easter,
certain things.
Like you're at Comic-Con every year.
I did not realize that this was my thing to do, but my daughter's old enough now; she can go on her own. And this past Comic-Con, Friday, she was off from school. She went all day, 8 hours by herself, did her thing. So I thought I was off the hook. But that Thursday, she's like, Dad, you're coming to Comic-Con, right? Because that's our thing.
Oh.
So I could not roll my eyes, nothing. I said, well, of course I'm going to Comic-Con, baby. My wife just had that look.
Better you than me.
But she's right. That is what we do. Nothing's going to stop it. So I did not intend for that to be a tradition, but that is a locked-in tradition now. And I have no out other than death.
Yeah.
That's it.
Dude, I'm lucky right now. Tatum's idea of a tradition right now for us is that she goes to daddy-daughter date nights.
All right.
And it's just going to Red Robin.
Oh, solid.
What's wrong with eating bottomless fries? Nothing is wrong with that. Everything is right with that, Miles.
They have a
That's
bar.
the best kind of tradition.
Does Daddy get a little alcoholic beverage?
I mean, she doesn't care.
Yeah.
No judgment.
She's not like my wife.
And then we stop at 7-Eleven to get Slurpees. And this is her idea of like the coolest thing. Like this is high-end dining.
What'd she get? She a burger person?
Yeah, she gets like she doesn't eat meat, but she gets like their Impossible Burger, and then
All right.
she plays with the little touch screen, so she gets fired up about that. And the bottomless fries.
Yeah, bottomless fries is huge, man.
Oh, so good.
See, good tradition to have, man.
I love that tradition. Way better than Comic-Con.
Yes, and cheaper, and shorter.
Well, look forward to the report there on the new items up for the Mariners games.
I'll try and steal you guys some food and bring it back.
Ooh.
Do they have beer down there? Are they serving
Yes.
beverages?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the beverage you were covering with
Yes.
your suit?
Yeah. See if you can get a sixer. We'll try a new local brewery
Don't
in
spill
there.
this year, okay?
I'm going to do everything in my power to get uninvited for you guys.
I
All
like
right.
that.
See you coming up here at Sit and Spin when you get
Tell
back.
Barnes we said hello.
I will.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
And then we gave the cat a sex change. So,
Wait,
cut off
what?
its,
You gave your cat a sex change?
Yes.
Why did you give the cat a
cut off
sex
its
change?
junk, and now it's basically pees like a girl.
So he pees sitting down.
You mean you spayed the cat, so the cat doesn't have testicles
It
anymore?
was already, we had already had it fixed. It was already fixed, cat, but
So you
now
said-
it no longer has a
penis.
weenus.
So there is no cat pee. And was this in an effort to put the urinary tract infections in their place?
Correct. And yeah, since we had that surgery, it has not had any more urinary tract infections. Apparently, it's semi-common. And then, it got in a fight with another one of our cats and scratched his eyeball, and there's another $1,500 just trying to fix its eye.
What was
You can still see out of its eye, but it's really foggy.
what was the cat's name when you got him?
Oscar.
Oscar. Is it Oscarette now?
Oscarette.
Yeah.
Oscar the penis.
Yeah, he's Oscar de la Renta is what we call him. It's a brand name. Along with all of our animals is our brand name.
How many animals do you have?
But he's 4, 3 cats and a dog.
Okay. And this one's been the most expensive, I'm guessing.
Absolutely.
Do they normally get along?
Yeah. They all get along. 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, but it's that 0.1% that'll cost you money.
Yep.
At least you.
Yeah, every time.
I'm glad that you pointed out the cat is still lively, full of life, still cuddly. We have, I can't say a friend, but someone I know that my wife's friends with, and I want to say she works at a veterinary clinic where you would think at some point, look, obviously you love animals, but also you got to get desensitized to certain realities. So this particular girl, she was at my wedding. I don't know if that rings any bells. Crazy dark hair, glasses, very loud. Anyway, I'll write her name down in a minute. But anyway, so she's a veterinarian, has like 2 or 3 cats. They've got to be dead by now because this was like 10 years ago. But she was dropping upward, and she always says she's broke. Just keep that in mind. So if you go out drinking with, I don't have any money. She was spending like $20,000 on these cats, several different cats. The youngest of them was like 14 years old. The oldest was 17, and they were just having old people or old cat issues. And my wife and I are like, look, I'm not trying to be mean. I know you're attached because you've had them for a long time. But the thing about getting a pet that is not a tortoise or a parent is that you're going to outlive it, right? You kind of understand this when you get a pet. You're spending $20,000 on a 17-year-old cat. And keep in mind, by dropping that cash, all she accomplished was that the cat was alive. It was still miserable, right? Like its hip still hurt. It was still blunt. I'm like, you're literally just keeping the thing alive. I'm like, people make decisions that people that have been brain dead in a coma for a while, they still go like, at some point, you got to pull the plug. So we're like, hey, I'm not being mean. You have to let the cat go, man. It's just part of it.
There were numerous cases at the hospital that my wife worked at, where people would come in and they would get a chance to talk to the vet or the vet technician, and then they would say something like, it's going to cost $4,000, $5,000.
See you.
Yeah, whatever it is. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So they would go outside and say, like, hey, man, I got to make a phone call. I need to call my husband. I need to call my wife. I need to figure
Feed
out
the meter.
What is he going to? Yeah, something. What is it? But leaving the animal inside as it's being checked out, and just getting in the car and they're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, they just drive off?
They're gone. Oh, yeah. And they might have had the conversation. Hey, honey, do you want to get this thing fixed? It's going to be $3,000-$4,000. He says, no, get the hell out of there right now. It might not have been their original plan.
Right.
But it ended up happening quite a bit. And then, typically one of the technicians or somebody will put a little money forward to get the procedure done, and then they will adopt the animal. If it's realistic that the animal can continue to be a pet and live, enough of a life to make it worth it.
That's the thing. This particular girl, I'm just like, listen, and she'd be so sad what you talked about it. I'm like, I understand why you're sad, but you need to rip the band. You've spent $20,000, and that cat is alive, and it's as miserable as it's ever been.
That's kind of where we found ourselves a few months ago. back it up even further back than that. A couple of years ago, our little boy cat, we had made a move. We'd gone from one house to the other, and I always thought that this was a confident cat. He wasn't. He was anxious as all get out, and he acted out because of it. And that move set him off enough, and something that I didn't know about cats, much like our caller here, just a little bit different. His was not a UTI issue. Is that when cats, especially male cats, when they panic, sometimes everything kind of constricts. There's a disease that's within them, and his unit there actually clogged shut. He actually blocked.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that is a thing that they do.
A male cat stresses out. One of the possible instances is that they plug their own penis.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea why, but that's why they do.
All right.
So
I'm glad it's cats, not people.
So we took him into the emergency room. It was late on at night, and we ended up in the emergency room there. And they did what they did. They were able to put a catheter in there and drain him out. And
How tiny is that catheter?
I'm just itty bitty, dude. But so they got him fixed. But there was a procedure that they were going to be able to do that would help him kind of unblock there, and that was going to range anywhere between like $3,000 to $7,000. We got off lucky at like $4,500. So we were like, okay,
super lucky.
We got our boy right. 2 years later, which was just a couple months ago, all of a sudden he's acting very guarded, and we knew that he had blocked up again. So we take him back to the vet, and then somehow that procedure had skyrocketed from the $4,000 to $7,000 to now a $6,000 to $10,000 procedure. And it's like, this was 2 years later, and what they were going to do, they were going to do something different.
You don't get like a punch card on the cat penis?
I know,
like,
right?
You've been here before.
But they were going to do a lot like what he was talking about, that they were going to lop the doggone thing off and change it around so he would go to the bathroom differently. And it's like, I thought about exactly what you're thinking of. It's like, this cat is going to wake up after surgery, he has no idea what's going on, but all of a sudden his crotch hurts and it's gone, right?
Jesus.
Like, can't do it, man. So we ended up having to say goodbye to
How did you know that he had I'm sure you didn't know that his penis was blocked, but what were the telltale signs that there was something wrong with your cat?
So first off, when it first happened, he was going in and out of the litter box. He would, normal, he's going into the litter box, he'd scratch around for a little bit, and then he would just walk back out. And then he'd walk in, scratch around a little bit, and then walk back out. He clearly wasn't using it.
Right.
And then he started kind of whining, and he was licking his crotch a whole lot and cleaning the area. He was just paying an awful lot of attention to it. The second time that happened, the wife noticed that he was paying a lot of attention to his crotch again. And then, like I said, he was just guarded. He didn't want to be touched. He didn't want to be messed with.
Right.
Didn't want to be around his siblings. We just kind of knew that something was up there.
Because when cats go into the litter box, to me, it's like the old man with the newspaper. Like, they're going to be a hot minute.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing.
Taking their time.
They definitely
Enjoying
take their
it.
time.
And he was 5 seconds. He was in, and then he turned around and come right back out. He was not comfortable.
Someone texted, you left us hanging, Miles. What happened with the feral cat? I'll tell you what happened with the feral cat.
Oh, no.
Had
You
the cat for
adopted
about a year and a half, right? Dr. Gomez. Dr. Gomez finally started to calm down and get a sense that I was not going to be his mortal enemy.
Right.
So he stopped with the clawing me. He stopped with all that, stopped biting me. He eventually just calmed down and became a really good lap cat. Then he died. Like 2 weeks after, he finally started to calm down. Because I called Robin. I was like, Robin, I'm going to be late. She's like, why? I'm like, I'm at the vet. I said, but I don't think this is going to work out, man. This cat's going down and going down fast.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, no, do you want to take the day off? I'm like, no, I'm actually just outside giving you a call, but I'm staring across the street, and there's a Chick-fil-A. Do you want a chicken sandwich?
Going to Chick-fil-A.
I'm going to Chick-fil-A, man.
And you brought some in?
We're going to celebrate Dr. Gomez's life with some Chick-fil-A. What is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
news and thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Now for all TV news all the time, it is time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
I should have looked at my list. I didn't know how many I had. All right, your choices today. You got the Jimmys.
Fallon and Kimmel.
Seth Meyers. Colbert.
Steven.
Or Ted Smith.
Is it Ted or is it late?
It is right there. The title. These guys have teams of talented writers help them come up with monologues each and every night. It is up to you to determine, is this an actual late night joke and from whom, or could it be a The Ted Smith original?
Scientists say bees can breathe underneath water for a week.
I know mine can.
The conclusions were reached by Rick, who just likes drowning things.
Colbert.
Ted Smith.
Colbert.
Bees can breathe underwater for a week, scientists have discovered. The conclusions were reached by Rick, who just likes drowning things.
KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Speaking of traditions, I guess it is now the KISW Miles Montgomery Golf Classic, presented by Pinky's Plumbing, going down Monday, June 8th at Redmond Ridge Golf Club. Those foursomes went on sale yesterday afternoon. So if you want to join us again this year up at Redmond Ridge, get a group of your favorite players together. It'll be a fantastic day.
Yes, it will.
A lot of drinking, a lot of shenanigans, and an unforgettable day on the golf course. So hopefully you can join us. Chance to win tickets to see Guns N' Roses, Black Crowes up in Vancouver, BC. That includes your Amtrak tickets, your hotel rooms, and everything else.
Do whatever you want that day, dude.
Yeah. I can.
An unforgettable gay on the golf course.
Unforgettable gay.
Just one. One unforgettable gay.
You'll forget about the rest of them.
That's me.
But that one guy.
That's me. One guy, man.
Freaking Gary.
He's going to be on fire.
KISW.com. We hope to see you up there. And since it is St. Patty's Day, we are talking about traditions.
Yeah.
Whether it's a holiday or not, things you do with your family or friends.
Hello.
Remember on YouTube.
Yeah.
So what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm going to start looking forward to.
Hell yeah. Which one of it is it? Hello, Adam. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So for my tradition, me and my wife started this a few years back. Rather than getting tattoos, we can't justify spending the money. We realized we couldn't pick what to do on our wedding anniversary every year. We always had to try and one up it. So instead, now we set aside $1,000 every year for a wedding anniversary, which is coming up in May, and we both get $500 worth of tattoos every year.
All right. So how many years have you been married? How many years have you been doing this?
We've only been doing this for 3, but we've been having tattoos since way before that. This will be our 10-year anniversary, though, our 10-year wedding anniversary.
What do you already have a design planned out for you or your wife?
I actually do. I have one that's going to be going on my hand, on top of it, down fingers, that looks mechanical. But I'm saving a spot to put the digits of my mom's birthday. She passed away last month on the 15th.
Oh, man. Sorry to hear that. Do you typically like to go and look at what other people have done, or do you like to come up with your own kind of design?
I use that for influence, but our tattoo artist at Jurassic Inc., all of them are amazing there in Federal Way. I'll give her ideas. I'll say, here's some of the stuff I'm looking at, and she actually works on it and then emails back her designs and her takes, or talks back and forth. We plan it. Everyone there gets booked out months in advance. They're so good.
That is the way to do it. I'm like, come up with your own design, and no matter how good you think it is, it's god awful. And then you give it to the artist. you give them like a right. Honestly, you don't realize how good of artists they are, right? So you give them an idea, and you got all these big plans, and then they send you something back that just looks significantly better than you imagined, right? And they're like, that's why we do this.
On your skin too, so you want something that you're happy with instead of something you're kind of happy with.
Where has been the spot that was the most painful out of all your tattoos?
So it's weird. The inside of my arm, on my left arm, I had some scars there, and that was painful. I don't know if it's from scar tissue, but the top of my hand, no pain at all. It was the least painful spot for some reason.
Top of my hands didn't hurt. It hurt when they were done. The process didn't hurt, but your hand kind of swells up. They call it the jelly bag. That kind of sucked. My neck, I thought, was really going to hurt. I fell asleep. It doesn't hurt at all. My ribs and my back hurt like a mofo. Like that.
I do ironically want to get the one across the chest that says "No regrets."
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. That is so big. Yeah. Was it regrets or no regrets? I can't remember, but either way.
I have the picture saved. It's RAGRETS, and my wife has already said no to that one.
Oh, hey, man, look, the first time I got a tattoo, all right, so got it on my back. This is, 1994, somewhere around there, and I'm kind of nervous. Never been to a tattoo place before, and there's 2 tattoo artists. And the one guy looks kind of like, who's the rootin' tootin' Yosemite Sam?
Yosemite Sam.
Looks like
You get
Yosemite
that on the
Sam.
back of your calf.
And then I got a younger guy who's going to do me, all right? So the younger guy's getting prepared, and I'm listening. So there's a dude in the chair getting tattooed by Yosemite Sam. And I was not looking at his tattoo, but he was getting his name tattooed on his arm, okay? His name was Tim. How do you spell Tim?
T-I-M.
Correct. So Yosemite Sam was finishing up the tattoo, and again, the guy just wants the name Tim. So they finish, and then there's a look of disgust on the customer's face, and I hear Yosemite Sam just go, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I might be able to squeeze an eye in there." He just put TM.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And I'm just thinking,
oh, my God.
Again, his name was Tim. It's TIM, bro. And I'm just sitting in the seat like, is this going to be the right decision?
No letters for you.
No letters for me, but yeah, that was my first experience.
Why don't you get no regrets above your ass? Like a tramp stamp.
Well, I thought about on my butt getting Bender because, in one of the movies, Fry gets that tattoo on his butt and it travels him through time.
What? Yeah, well, of course it does. And what does your wife? What does your wife plan on getting?
I'm not sure for this year. She's got a bird cage for putting little birds for people who have passed on. In fact, she lost her mom in October, so it's not been a good 6 months.
No.
To cancer, yeah.
That sucks.
Wow.
Okay.
I like the idea, though, man. It's pretty cool.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it? 206-803-ROCK.
I'd run that idea by my wife, and she'd be like, no.
Nah.
She doesn't care if I do it, but, like, she's very, very, very selective. She never wanted to get a tattoo. Then we went to Hawaii, and there's one of those sea turtles on a beer can. And she just slammed the can down. It was out of nowhere. She's like, I want that on my butt. I'm like,
did she get it on her butt?
Yeah, her first tattoo was on her ass, right? So the funny thing about it is you get the tattoo, and then I told her, the problem with getting anything behind you, you're going to forget it's there. She's like, nah, I won't forget. I said, you're going to forget in a week. You don't see it. Every time you look in the mirror, it's not there. You forget. Like one of my favorite tattoos is on my back. I never, ever, ever, ever see it, which is kind of a downer. So then she, after she had the kids, she was like, hey, man, I'm getting Mexican sugar skulls on my ribs to represent the kids. It's a beautiful tattoo, but keep in mind, she's scared of needles. And I'm like, babe, the ribs hurt a lot, and you're scared of needles. I don't know if it's a good idea. It ain't a small tattoo. She got it done. The artist was like, his quote to me was, your wife's a trooper. I'm like, yes, I know this to be true. She got that done, and then most recently, because we got married on, July 7th, 2007, I got the 777 on my ring finger, and she got a 7 on her ring finger.
That's cool.
And she's like, what happens if we get divorced? I'm like, you just black it out. I'm like, that's it, man. Just black it out. So
there's enough 7 stuff going on.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, 7's kind of a cool number. Like I said, 777, that could be, I don't know, I got lucky in Vegas. Who the hell knows? And that was it. But I know she's itching a little bit to get something new.
You could change it to 999.
99999. Tell you're a Borat fan.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it? 206-803-ROCK.
Okay, she changes it to 999. What does that mean? I guess turn it the other way. Just say it's 666.
I would just keep the 7s.
That's what I would do. Just say it's a Vegas thing. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
How's it going, fellas?
Doing well, man. How are you? Happy St. Patty's Day.
Hey, yeah, you too. I can't complain too much. Well, I guess I'll get right to it then. Speaking of St. Patrick's Day, I always got to watch the right movies on the right holidays. So tonight is Boondock Saints. Going to smoke up a corned beef and make some Reubens. Then coming up in November 5th, got to watch V for Vendetta, of course, eat meat pies and shoot off fireworks. And then my all-time favorite holiday tradition movie-wise is Groundhog Day. happens to be my birthday, and I get to put my wife through every dumb action kung fu movie that I want.
So you don't watch Groundhog Day? You don't watch the movie Groundhog Day?
How many times can you really watch the movie Groundhog Day? Man, it's been my birthday my whole life. Like, I got to mix it up a little bit.
Okay.
So are those the three main holidays you target? Like, do you skip out on Christmas and all that kind of thing?
I mean, you end up watching Christmas movies around Christmas anyway. It hardly seems like a holiday tradition, but
that's a good point.
Yeah, Groundhog Day is it's been a good day for me, man. I tell you what, my 21st birthday was a Groundhog Day that our Seahawks kicked the ever-living crap out of the Broncos. So I was living in Seattle at the time. That was a good time.
Yeah, I think it was for a lot of people.
What time are you going to start smoking that corned beef?
Well, my wife's working late tonight. I'm just making my way home now. So, fortunately, I still got a few hours. I might just boil it tonight, though. It's been a rough day.
And their tradition crumbles.
It sounds delicious. I'm just looking at the clock. I'm like, man, you got to get that thing on the smoker.
You know, man, you're right about Christmas time, whether you like Christmas movies or not, which generally speaking, I don't. There's a few decent ones, but I don't actively try to watch them. I probably see 40 of them. But the one I cannot escape, and I do not enjoy it, is the freaking Sound of Music. And I will tell you right now, my wife loves that movie. Her sisters love that movie. Her mother loves this movie. If you open your mouth and comment on any of the stupidity going, like, why do they keep freaking singing? What is wrong with this family? Just answer the question without a goddamn song. This is not the thing to say.
No.
At all. And one year I'm at the in-laws, so all of the female in-law, they're watching The Sound of Music in another room. I'm playing cards with my brother-in-law and my father-in-law, and we're acting like guys. We're saying some very, very colorful language to each other, depending on what's going down. The look that we got for my mother-in-law, like she walked out of this living room, she's staring at us, and we're not really tracking because we're a couple beers deep, you know what I mean? We're having a good time, and she's just like, we are trying to watch The Sound of Music, and the language that you boys keep using is very distracting. That's all she had to say. It's like somehow you just knew, like, we should quiet down before she kills us. I hate that movie, and every freaking year. Not only does my wife watch it, she sings all the songs because she knows all the words.
Is there a certain time where you do this?
You mean like time of day?
Yeah, I mean, it's
always on at night. It's always during Christmas.
Traditionally, that was the thing, right?
Is it a Christmas movie?
So it has nothing.
Okay, right. It has
nothing to do with Christmas.
It has to do with the German occupation.
In the 60s and the 70s, I guess.
Is that when they started showing it?
They would always show it on Christmas night. I never really heard of it till you started bringing it to her family. But that's
it's
the
4
thing.
hours. All right.
They started showing it as like that's how it became a Christmas movie.
And there's nothing about Christmas in it. I mean, it's about the Nazi occupation, man. And the family, I mean, like, they're against it. You're rooting for them. But I'm like, I can root for you without you singing constantly. That is all they do. Look, I know you're supposed to like the family. The kids piss me off. I'm Gretel. Like, F you. Shut up. Stop. Even when I go to bed, right? There's a scene where the dad's like, hey, off to bed. He's a real stern dude, right? So he's just like, hey, kids, time to go to bed. Cool. That should be the deal. Each kid has to sing something before they go up the stairs, and they do it in order, right? And so for me, just as a dude who wants to watch a movie where, I don't know, a robot shoots someone in the face with a laser while they're in space, this is horrible.
I guess there is a scene where they exchange gifts. After they flee the Nazis.
It's 4 goddamn hours.
Look, dude, I've never seen it.
I mean, I'm not trying to sound like that.
Yeah.
It's not a bad movie. It is not a movie for me.
And you're watching it on TV?
Oh, yeah.
So that makes it worse. So there's commercials in between.
No.
Oh, it's straight
That
through.
makes it better. Because if I watch it without commercials, then it's probably 3 hours of just straight singing. So at least with the commercials, honest to God, for me, it's a reprieve.
You'd rather just go straight to
I would rather break it up, brother. Sarah, have you watched the movie?
No, I've not.
Okay, listen to me.
I like musicals, though.
Then maybe you'll like it. You will question why they're singing at certain times. I'm just saying I've never been more thankful for a commercial break in my life.
Okay.
Kind of fades out and,
Is it a long movie?
It is 4 hours. It starts at 7. It ends at 11. Yes.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
Someone here on YouTube says, I thought I was the only person who can't stand the sound of music. And I live musical theater. Thank you. That is all I'm saying.
They live it?
They live it.
Like, what are you, an actress?
Might be. Hello, Andy. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
All right, before I get my traditions, Thrill, I'm with you. I love tattoos, but I will never get one on my back because they hurt too much and they cost too much. I want to be able to see that artwork.
Do you have any on your back?
No, when we were 20 years old, me and my best friend went to go get tattoos, and he chose to get his on his back, and now we're 40. He's seen his own tattoo like twice in his life.
That's what I mean, man. I love the artwork, and the back was the best canvas. So in my mind, I'm like, this makes sense. And then as soon as the guy was done, I was like, I've made a mistake. I cannot say. He had to take a picture of it.
See that?
Yeah, never, ever.
All right, so I've got 2 yearly traditions. One is WrestleMania, and then the other comes in August is my fantasy football draft.
Okay.
That we do big every year.
How many people do you get involved in your draft?
So we've got a 10-person league that we started back in 2011. It's pretty much the same people. We've had a couple of people quit. So we've had pretty much the same 8 people. But we do it big because we're all, everybody's got families and all that crap going on. It's really the only time in the entire season that we get all 10 of us together in the same room. So everybody brings their favorite dish. We drink a lot of beers. I used to always get a keg for it, so we'd have keg beer there. And we take like 4 hours to go through our draft.
And do you get the stink eye from your respective wives when you guys are closing in on draft day?
My wife a little bit because we do it at our house now.
No. Dude, that's...
She did it 1 year. She joined the league for 1 year and then said, no, I don't want to do this anymore.
But it's still hosted at your place. How many years in a row have you hosted it at your own home?
Probably 6 or 7 now.
Okay. And are you the one who hosts the WrestleMania parties?
Yeah, so typically I host. Last year I didn't because I went down to Las Vegas for WrestleMania, so I'm not doing it this year. It's too expensive to go 2 years in a row. But yeah, I'm definitely having people over this year for WrestleMania, and I put it in the calendar. And my wife said, "So you're having a party and you didn't want to tell me?" And I was like, "I'm just having some guys over to watch wrestling. It's not that big of a deal."
So you're throwing a party? She's not stupid.
What was the ticket? What was the ticket to see it live? How much was that?
So last year I took my daughter. It was about $900 for the two of us, so about $450 a piece. And then this year, those exact same seats were about $700 a piece.
Okay.
Is it like the Super Bowl where it just incrementally goes up each year?
Yeah, they got real greedy with it this year. They did it in Vegas twice last year because they made so much money they thought they could do it again. And ticket sales this year are hurting real bad. They're only at like 39,000 for each night in that Raiders stadium that was almost 70,000.
And what time do they get underway? Like, how long is that entire event? Because it seems like it goes all day.
Right, there's parts that are televised, but obviously it's going on before that.
Yeah, so they do stuff in Vegas all week, like fan fair. You can go meet your wrestlers and do all this cool stuff at WWE World. But as far as on Saturday and on Sunday, the show starts at 4. Each one's about 4 hours long each night.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
And what did your daughter think? Does your daughter enjoy it?
Oh, she absolutely loved it. She was really mad that I wasn't taking her again this year. She doesn't grasp the concept of money yet, even though she's a teenager. So it was free for her.
I was just in Vegas, and it's noticeably more expensive.
Really?
Yes.
I thought they were bitching that they're hurting for tourism dollars right now.
It's just noticeably more expensive. I don't know what to say. I mean, as far as the cost of beers, the drinks, everything.
Really?
Yeah. Everywhere you go now is like going to a concert.
Or
like a venue. Yeah.
They're going. My wife and daughter are going down this year to the Sphere. And next month they're going to see the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere.
Nice.
And I just found out that thing makes $1 million a show.
A show?
That's how much they make. The Wizard of Oz makes $1 million a day.
Damn!
Wow.
I will say the Sphere is awesome.
And Mike, you saw Wizard of Oz.
I saw that Wizard of Oz show. It was really cool, dude.
How would I deal with my vertigo in there?
You do well. Like,
you
honestly,
think I'd be okay? Would I feel like I'm falling forward in the seats or anything crazy?
No,
like
you
that?
don't feel that when you're in the seats. Getting to your seats can be a little daunting because it's there's this huge void in front of you and it's very, very steep. But once you're locked into your seats, no, there's no issue there whatsoever.
If you're sitting, yeah. The first Dead show I went to, I was standing. I swear to God, I had like vertigo for like 30 seconds.
Did you?
And I did not take anything weird before I went because I was like, I want to see what this is like. And I had to hold on to a railing. I was like, oh my God. But I mean, there was.
Yeah, because when you look around, you just probably lose track of
It's very.
balance.
Well, I don't know how Wizard of Oz is, but the start of that show, that first one, I mean, you're zooming all over the world. It's wild in there.
Okay.
Go. I recommend everybody go see something.
To go. Yeah.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition? And do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
There's a bizarre one. Kenyan authorities say they busted an alleged repeat player in the booming niche wildlife trade. Live queen ants. Officials at Nairobi's Jomo Kenyatta Airport arrested 27-year-old Chinese nationalist after screening reportedly turned up more than 2,000 live queen garden ants in his luggage.
Who's
bound
looking for
China.
more ants? More ants.
Some in test tubes, some hidden in a towel and paper towel rolls. A prosecutor told a court that within his personal luggage, there was about 1,948 garden ants packed in specialized test tubes. A further 300 live ants were recovered concealed in 3 rolls of tissue paper with his luggage. The species is protected under international biodiversity rules and has become popular among collectors in Europe and Asia for whatever reason.
I need one of these queen ants.
Well, here's the deal. This guy, he allegedly slipped out of Kenya last year, but officials flagged his passport with a stop order. So investigators say the man is tied to a trafficking network that was just dismantled this past year, calling him the mastermind.
Why not Ant-Man? I mean, it's right there.
Trafficking of ants.
Yes. Prosecutors have been granted 5 days to hold him as they forensically examine his phone and laptop and expand the investigation into other suspected ant harvesting hubs in Kenya. The case follows a trial in which 4 men from Belgium, Vietnam, and Kenya were convicted over a similar scheme involving thousands of queen ants destined for exotic pet markets. What Kenya's wildlife agency called a trademark and landmark ruling in its effort to protect even its smaller species.
You know, now I feel bad because we have, they come by, twice a year, but they spray our house because I don't want the ants there. The last thing I would want is, hey, man, I brought you some queen ants from Kenya. Like, get out of my house. And then also, even if I met you at the bar and the guy to my right's like, yeah, man, I did, 7 years in the big house, man, I was trafficking drugs. Like, all right, well, that's interesting. Please share more. It's still an interesting thing, right? The guy to my left is like, yeah, I was trafficking queen ants. But like, I don't even want to talk to you. I don't care.
What is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Ryan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hola.
Between 2 animals getting sick at the same time, a cat and a dog, it was over $42,000.
What do they get sick with?
My cat had breast cancer.
Oh, wow.
I did not know that was a thing. There's feline breast cancer.
Male or female cat?
Female.
Okay.
Are you thinking Peter, Chris?
Well, just,
I'm saying cats, and he had breast
we
cancer.
all have breasts. You can get cancer.
Yeah,
so
you can. I don't know if cats can get breast cancer.
So was that just a bunch of chemo or what?
It was removal of the tumor and radiation, yes.
Okay. And was that the majority of the money that you were spending on those 2?
No, that was barely half.
So the dog took care of the rest?
The dog definitely took care of the rest. She was a Great Dane. Went in for limping. Realized that going to the emergency, she had something going on with her tendon. So they found out that whatever disease she had was eating the tendons in her legs.
In all 4 legs?
In 2 of them, in her front legs.
Okay.
She was about 165 pounds.
What's the lifespan on a Great Dane? Isn't it no more than 8 years?
8. I have had one that was 14.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Damn.
All right. Well, they're definitely friendly dogs.
Have you,
For the size of a Great Dane, man, you can't believe how just gentle and docile they are.
Ryan, have you met anyone else that owns a cat whose cat had breast cancer? I just Googled it. They say it's highly malignant, 80-90% of cases being aggressive carcinomas, frequently spread to lymph nodes and lungs, et cetera, et cetera. I just did not know the cats could get breast cancer.
Most of the time, you didn't even know that it was going to be there. The only reason why it was found is because she had a lump on her belly.
That's
So
what they say here. The primary symptom, solid, often bleeding lump under the belly. Did it bleed at all, or is it just a lump?
Yes, it did. It was bleeding as well.
Okay.
And that was what was found.
So how's the animals doing now with all the treatment? Was it all worth it?
The treatment for both of them, I would do it again. I'll tell you that. They're no longer with us, but I would do it again.
Sure. How old was the cat when you found this out?
The cat, I believe she was about 11. My dog was 6.
And how much longer did that expand their lifespan?
For her, was probably another 18 months.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot of cash.
Like you said, once you found out it was in the lymph nodes and in the lungs,
Right.
and by then it gets in the kidneys, and there's no other way of treating it.
Jeez. Wow. Okay. So, but the telltale sign was the lump on her belly.
It was a lump.
Yeah, I mean, God, my beagles had lumps all over them. I mean, like just those tumors. Like, well, they
Jesus,
did. You know what I'm
man.
talking about? Like just like a fatty tumor or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean lumps all over? Man?
I'm telling you, I'm not being that serious.
No, I believe you. I'm just saying.
We have to get them removed.
That would alarm me. Like, hey, babe, have you noticed the 15 lumps on?
Remember the woman who used to walk her dogs? I think they passed on.
Yeah.
But they were all lumpy like that?
Yes.
The beagles were lumpy like that. But we just got them all the lumpies removed.
Now I'm gonna check my cat now. I'm checking
No,
it for
it's
lumps.
never on a cat, just always on the dog.
Well, no, his cat had breast cancer, for Christ's sake, which, again,
Yes.
I did not even know was a thing. I honestly had no idea that was a possibility. That's upsetting.
What is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
God, I feel like if my vet even told me that, I would chuckle and be like, no, seriously, man, what's wrong? Well, I would not believe them if that's what they said. I'd be like, come on. Really, what's wrong with them? Sir, it's breast cancer. Yeah, my cat.
And my cat?
Breast cancer, sir. Well, it makes sense. It's on the belly as I'm going through the anatomy.
Well, as far as taking care of a cat, cats they do have the capacity to live a lot longer than a dog.
They certainly do.
So if you're going to put the money in, my money says the better bet is on the cat as far as getting the years afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the cat, probably 15, 18 years. The dog, well, I got a mutt, so I'm probably good 12 to 15 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you put all that money into a cat or a dog to save it, and then it just ran away.
Or got hit by a car, right? And it's like,
But at least if it got hit by a car, I'd be like, all right, it died. There's nothing much I could do. But like, let's say you rehab your dog's knee, and then your dog one day is just like, and I'm out.
Yeah.
I think I'd be more pissed.
I'd be pissed, but less sad. Like, I take you back. 2 old guys, I believe, in England, they nursed, what was it, a hawk? Back to health. I don't know what had happened to the hawk initially, but these 2 old guys, they made it their life's mission to rehabilitate this thing, and then they have a camera crew out there in the day. They're going to set this hawk free, and they're at a park, and they're already kind of teary-eyed.
They're beside a highway.
Because they're going to say goodbye, to this animal that nursed back to health, and they toss it up in the air, and it flies away, and it circles over the highway, and is instantly smashed by a truck. I mean, it's a poof. Dad, I'm telling you.
I know.
Have you seen the video?
I'm looking it up.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah, I just like it so much. I want to watch it again.
Oh yeah, I would feel better.
Why? We've been over this though. Why did they release it so close to that highway?
Well, I don't think they thought a truck was going to.
All right, here he goes. They took his little blinder helmet off. Yep. One guy's holding him.
Freedom.
They're going to take that string off. Right? Oh, look. He's alive.
Doing great.
He's cruising around. Hard left into the highway. Oh, come on. No. Right, that guy just like,
oh, yeah. Look at you. Taking her hat off.
I feel better with them running away.
I mean, they crossed the highway and tried to come back to them. And it's like,
it's terrible.
Look, let's just say it. That's a dumb bird. Like you can fly higher.
I've often thought about getting a parrot.
No.
Yes.
Really?
I have.
Why?
I don't know.
It's going to live forever. That's one.
Yeah.
You can leave it to your kids. You can be pissed. They can sit there as they're reading the will like, please don't leave me the bird. Please don't leave me the bird.
I don't know.
Your kids are going to be pissed, and then I can guarantee it. At least twice a week, you'll come in here and go ahead and sleep. They won't shut up.
And it keeps saying,
go, we told you not to buy a parrot.
Whatever cuss word it's going to hear coming out of your mouth. You mother.
Oh, I can only imagine that thing would learn living with you.
Yeah, man, my son, you took him golfing that one time, and I'm like, hey, man, how was golfing? He's like, it's fine. Mr. Miles cusses a lot. That was the entire summary of his experience.
Well, when you're golfing, you know.
Well, sure.
What is the most money that you've lost because of a pet or an animal? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, John. Welcome to the men's room.
Liquor and whores.
Liquor and whores.
So, about, I don't know, a month ago, our dog wasn't feeling too good, not wanting to eat or do anything. We're like, all right, we're just going to take him into the vet. Found out she had pancreatitis and I think it was kidney failure. It cost us $4,600 just for that treatment.
Did it work?
Yes, she's doing a lot better. She's back to her normal self. So, mind you, she's a 13-year-old Jack Russell rat terrier.
Yeah, but man, I'm looking at like $6 to $7 grand for my dog's ACL, right? It's just kind of standard. It just seems like based on what you said your dog is going through versus what my dog is going through, I feel like those costs should be reversed.
True.
You know, if I go to the doctor because I blew up my ACL, like it's going to cost plenty, but it'd be different if I had to go in for like actual disease treatment. That's amazing to me.
Well, the thing is all they did was give her medication. They didn't like do a surgery or anything. They just gave her medication.
Yeah.
That was it.
That's a good point. My money's going into the surgery, but it definitely. What were the symptoms? How did you know?
Basically lethargic, not wanting to move, not wanting to eat, just laying in bed all day, not wanting to do anything. And we're like, something's not right.
Especially, like you said, a Jack Russell rat terrier. Those dogs are made of energy, and then they cover energy with fur and call it a dog.
Is the dog mean?
Oh, no. She's the nicest dog you could ever meet. She says hi to everyone with, like a friendly bark.
Okay. All right.
Oh. Why'd you ask if his dog is mean?
Hello. Because sometimes they are.
What, Jack Russell Terriers?
Yes.
I mean, look, my experience with Jack Russell Terriers is one woman in particular, I had two of them. Very hyper, but very friendly. Like
I'm thinking of a different dog.
Yeah, Jack Russell is pretty loyal.
It's super loyal. But this dog, just from all fours, could jump high enough to be face-to-face with me.
Well, it's a hunting dog, too, I think.
Yeah. But, I mean, you would talk to her, and this dog standing between you guys. And the dog's happy, right? But just to get your attention, he kept jumping up to my face level. This little tiny-ass dog could get that high. And I'm like, but he would do it the entire time I stood there. Like, Doug, you've been jumping up and down for 20 minutes. Like, you have not lost any energy.
Oh, yeah.
You're ready to go. It's unreal, man. I wish you could suck some of that energy out and put it into me, you know? And I get Sunday, something like that.
KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
They say in Ireland and around the world, people come together to celebrate the religious and cultural holiday every year on March 17th, known as St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Here's a couple facts maybe you did not know about the holiday today. First and foremost, St. Patrick was actually British.
Did not know. Yeah, I did know that.
Although he was Italian.
Italian?
There's so many different theories.
Why did you think he was Italian? Hey, it's me, St. Patrick.
I knew he wasn't Irish, but I thought he was Italian, then moved to Ireland.
Well, though he's one of Ireland's most celebrated figures, Patrick was born around the year 390 in Britain, likely in what is now Scotland, though there's a debate as to whether it was there versus modern-day England or Wales, to a family with Roman citizenship.
Okay.
So his parents...
Okay.
And there was a kid in my school that was Italian. Every year he wore a shirt that said St. Patrick's Italian.
Okay.
Apparently I took it to heart.
He was kidnapped and enslaved at the age of 16 and brought over to Ireland. He then escaped a monastery where he converted to Christianity, and that's where he became a priest and then eventually a bishop. He returned to Ireland in 432 as a missionary, and he played a major role in converting the Irish to Christianity. After his death, he was named Ireland's patron saint. His actual name was Maewyn Suckett.
Suckett?
That was his given name. He changed his name to Patrick when he became a bishop, hopefully to make it a little bit easier.
Suckett.
By the way, March 17th is not St. Patrick's birthday. While some think it's his birthday, the date is actually believed to be the day he died in the 5th century.
Would you rather be celebrated on your birthday or your death day?
Death day.
Look.
Yeah,
because death is about you. You know, in your life. I'm telling you, your birthday is about your mom. And the fact that that's not your personal Mother's Day is a crime. She is the one that carried your ass, that brought you into this world, and then took care of you afterward. Your birthday should have nothing to do with you and everything to do with your mother.
Mine has everything to do with Jesus.
Oh, sorry, Ted.
Yeah.
And no, it doesn't. Yours is the day before.
Just say.
Why are you throwing Jesus? He was born on the 25th.
Okay,
Your
preparations
birthday.
were being made, man. They were setting the table. They were ready to land the plane.
I understand that. I buy my Thanksgiving turkey maybe a week early. It doesn't mean come on over and let's eat, man.
What if I pick a day right now? It's not my birthday. It's not my death day.
Just a day to celebrate you?
Yeah.
What day you
You can't do that.
Why not?
Because it's like a nickname.
But no one would know. No one would know unless Ted tells them. If he's, look, Ted goes to hell. Go to Ireland.
Ted
right?
goes to hell.
It's
Ted
there.
goes to hell.
Ted goes to hell. You get to hell and you're like, hey, you guys might not know this. Today's my birthday. They're going to buy you drinks the whole night. They don't know.
Okay, what day would you pick?
I don't know. Something in the, I don't know, like summertime. Hey, July 23rd. Ted Day.
July 23rd. Now, I know someone whose birthday is July 23rd.
You wouldn't make it like the third Saturday of a month. That way it always falls on a weekend or a day that can be.
I mean, that's not a
celebrated.
bad call.
It's not
Tuesday.
It's going to fall
Look,
on
I'm
the
just
weekend, though.
spitballing here.
What about June 24th? That's your half birthday, Ted.
It is.
People
My
do
mom's
celebrate
birthday's
that,
close to that. That's why I didn't pick it. I thought about it.
Kids are
Happy
just getting out
birthday.
of school. Summer's just starting. People are in a good mood. I think people will be super happy to celebrate your birthday on June 24th.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
More notes on St. Patty's Day. St. Patrick had no snakes to banish. Legend said he drove Ireland snakes into the sea, purging the land of all evil. However,
I think he came up with that.
They already figured out snakes never inhabited the Emerald Isle.
But see, if I'm St. Patrick, and a lot of people are just not traveling back then, and I go, I don't know. I'm in Italy to visit my parents in Rome. Like, hey, you guys don't know this. I drove all the snakes out of Ireland. And if you don't believe me, ask anyone from Ireland if they've seen a snake.
That's like on Ted Day. I heard Ted Smith drove all the venomous snakes out of Western Washington.
There aren't any.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole point.
Oh, so you're going to take credit for that?
Right.
See,
It's what St. Patrick did.
There wasn't snakes there.
It's the same thing.
St. Patrick used to be a dry holiday. That's a tough one to believe. Green was not always associated with St. Patrick's Day or Ireland, believe it or not. The color is blue, and it's still regarded as symbolic of Ireland.
Really?
Yep. His connection to shamrocks, that's a bunch of crap. There are no female leprechauns. Apparently, that's.
Then how do they reproduce?
Do
they lay eggs?
And Chicago was the first U.S. city to dye its river green on St. Patty's Day, and that began in 1962.
The first? Is there any other city?
I don't know. Would you have sex with a female leprechaun?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Damn, that was quick. Okay.
Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
I've been out on a lot of St. Patrick's Days.
I've seen some.
I don't know if I'd call her a leprechaun, but she wasn't tall.
Oh, that's a great pickup line. I'm not saying you're a leprechaun, but you really
The guy at the parade did look like a leprechaun.
Who's that?
The guy with the bottle of Jameson at the
Yes, he looks like a leprechaun. That's why he is hired to be the leprechaun. He might be a leprechaun. And that was kind of the thought in my head. Saturday, we're in Stanwood, and this is the second year he's played the role of leprechaun, but he rolls up, nice guy. He's got his bottle of JMO. But as he's talking to us, just in my mind, I'm like, he might be a leprechaun. If leprechauns exist, he's the guy.
Okay. Not the worst. Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? 206-803-ROCK.
Didn't say it would be the easiest time, Steve.
Okay.
And I got to go out and hook up with a lady leprechaun tonight. It's my annual tradition.
Yes, indeed.
That's literally what I typed in, Lady Leprechaun.
Hello, Scott. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, boys.
Hola.
So my yearly tradition is me and my family and a group of my friends, we organize, we put on a car show for the American Heart Association, but I start it January 1st. I start running for the show.
When do we start running for the show? What does that mean?
Doing all the errands, getting sponsorships, getting the trophies done, getting the T-shirts printed up. I literally start January 1st.
Same location every time?
Same location every time. We're at Griot's Garage in Tacoma. And this year it's August 2nd, but we have kids games and the trophies are that we had 34 awards last year.
What did you start with as far as the categories? How many?
We had about 24 the first year, just like tuners and 4x class, classic cars, new cars, a little bit of everything. That way more people would come in because if there's more classes, obviously more cars can fit into it. We have a bike class.
we do this in memory of my dad and nephew originally.
I was going to ask, what was the horrible event that happened that had to do that when American Heart Association is attached to it? So that was it.
My dad passed in '98. We went up to Bent Bike up in Lakewood to get a fairing for his bike, and he had sneezed and split a surgically repaired artery from 12 years prior.
Oh, wow.
And collapsed on me. So when I started the show, I was like, okay, I want to do this for the Heart Association. I want to do it in memory of Dad. And then I had a nephew, unfortunately, passed at 10 days old with a hole in his heart. He was a twin.
Mercy.
So we have a memorial trophy for him and my dad.
Was that an undiagnosed ASD?
They knew something was wrong. They think he was going to have a little bit of Down syndrome too, and they knew he had a hole in his heart. So he was actually born 2 months premature, and the little girl's fine now. She's 24.
Wow.
Now, so she's doing great, but she's down there every year helping me get things organized, and we hit griots at 4:00 in the morning and start setting up. Unfortunately, in 2019, our original DJ for the show, he passed and went into cardiac arrest during kidney dialysis.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wow.
His son and daughter-in-law has been helping out for the last few years prior to this, so we added a memorial for him. And then, unfortunately, in 2022, my mom passed with a stroke, and we added her to my dad's memorial trophy.
Okay. So has it grown each year that you've done this?
Yeah, it's down here in the Tacoma area. It's pretty well known. We call it, like I said, it's called Hot Rods for Hearts. And of course, everybody knows me with my little car too. I've talked to you guys about my car before.
I know we've talked to you before. Here's the question. So you put this thing together for the American Heart Association, which is very cool. When you reach out to them, like what are the stipulations? You know, obviously they're cool with anyone who wants to raise money for them, but to attach their name, like are there any legal loopholes you guys had to jump through to make this happen?
Not really. They jumped right on when I brought it up because apparently nobody had ever done a car show for them. I mean, there's a ton of them out there for cancer and everything else, but apparently there's not too many of them anymore for Heart Association. So they jumped on. They got in touch with me. We talked a little bit. Every year they send me a paperwork with the tax ID and saying, yes, we give him authorization to use our name and our tax ID number. And off and running I go.
Okay.
Down at the end of the year and pick up the money, and we start all over the next year.
Do you get a tax write-off for this? Because it is a charity. Because I was going to say, this is not a cheap endeavor that you're putting together here.
Gas alone is not a cheap endeavor for me running around doing it.
So I know a lot of people talk about tax exemptions. The thing is, it's not that it saves you money. You're still out the money you spent. You don't get taxed out, right?
Now, who votes on the cars?
We have some that are individual picks, and then we have majority of our trophies are a crowd pick.
Okay.
So we have a ballot that when you come in, if you register, you get one in your goodie bags. If you just walk through, you can come up and get one and vote for all the cars.
All right. Now, once you get all 32 winners from the categories, do you have like a best in show like they do at the?
We do.
You do. And is that the trophy with your dad and your mom's name on it?
No. My sister picks the one for my mom and my dad. My two nieces picked the one for the baby. Eric and Jody, which is our original DJ's son and daughter-in-law, pick the one for Larry. And then I pick what they call a host pick, which is always made out of car parts.
Okay.
So, matter of fact, it's all brake parts off my little car this year. But our best of show is actually picked on by the crowd. But it's actually a championship belt every year, like
nice.
WWE style championship belt.
I'm just curious, where to get a championship belt made, right? Like there's a place in South Lake Union where you go buy trophies.
I'm going to give my trophy guy a plug. Tacoma Trophies on 100th Street in Lakewood area, they can actually have them made up.
Oh, nice. I'm going to have to get me one of those. I don't know what I'm going to be the champion of, but something awesome.
Yeah. I'm a wrestling fan. I can vouch with Steve on this one. I'm a WWE fan from the word go.
Okay.
When I seen it, I had to have one for me. I got my car show logo on it and just says host on it. And it's hanging next to my WWE championship belt in my bedroom.
Now, do you wear your belt on the days of the car show?
No.
Really? I mean, just let people know who you are and kind of celebrate the thing you're doing, man. I would.
You could get a championship belt customized for about $200.
Yeah, about $200-$300 for the ones that we've been getting down at the trophy shop.
Okay, all right.
But they donate that one in every year. Tacoma Trophies actually donates that to our show every year.
That is super cool.
What was the best in show last year?
Oh God, best of show last year was a 39 coupe, Ford coupe.
Damn.
So from 1939.
I think that was what it was.
Wow.
And how many cars on average do you get showing up at these things?
We average about 120 to 130.
Okay, that's solid, man.
You got food vendors and all that stuff?
Mm-hmm. We got food vendors. We had 118 sponsors last year, over 200 raffle prizes, kids games, all kinds of stuff going on.
What's the cost of admission?
If you're walking through, completely free. If you're bringing in a car and registering it, it's $20 this year.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all, dude.
No, it really isn't.
I mean,
we have all the games and stuff for the kids are completely free. We have donation cans all over the place that we always appreciate the donations, but we let the kids play for free because if they know if they behave and they can play these games for free, then their parents will bring them back.
Spoken like a true parent.
Do you have a POS category? Like if I brought in a Yugo or something like that, do you have something like that?
We actually don't have a POS. We actually have a in progress or under construction. So it's you're working on it type of thing.
You should have the POS guy, but
I'm telling you.
The only criteria should be this: like, this is your car. This is not just something sitting in my garage and I drive something else. Like, no, this is what I drive to and from work every day. I am embarrassed to be. My windows can't roll up or they can't roll down.
You could have like a Pinto, you could have a Yugo, a Gremlin, an AMC Pacer. I mean,
We actually had a Hearst class last year.
Oh wow!
Like funeral home Hearst. We called it the last ride.
I bet that's a fun group of people.
I got actually we're fun. I got a crematorium over here on 38th Street in Tacoma called Neptune Society to sponsor that award.
That makes sense. All right, I like it, man.
Yeah,
I like what you're doing. It's a shame for the reasons you have to do it. But
hey, do us a favor too. Give us a call back closer to the event, and we'll give you a plug.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever ridden in the back of a hearse?
I have in the back of a hearse. Yes.
Yeah, I mean I did it once in New Orleans, and the guy that recognized me from being in the car, he puts quarters in his nose. His girlfriend owned a coffee shop. I was kind of a distance away. He's like, "Oh, dude, I'll tell you what, man. She wants to see you. She'll pick you guys up. There's like 3 of us, and they show up because the whole thing is I'm like, all right, what car am I looking for? He's like, oh, you'll know it. She was a super gothy chick, real sweet.
Exactly.
But she rolled up in the hearse, man, and like we climbed in the back. I'm like, well, how many people have been back here? She's like, well, the good news is none of them were alive. And she's like, I don't know. I bought the thing used.
No, same thing with me.
But they were fun. They were as people. I'm saying the people that own hearses, a little bit off, looks like a goth chick, all that, but really, really fun.
Well, the girl and the boyfriend that I knew, they're probably 3 or 4 years older than me.
Yeah.
So I really didn't start running into them until I got into college and started going to bars and everything. But man, when you needed a ride to go anywhere,
they can fit you.
Point A to point B. I mean, we'd pile as many people in a car as we could, no matter what the car was.
Sure.
But with a hearse, if you wanted to go from, like Sunnyside downtown or whatever, you just hopped in the back of that damn thing. 5 or 6 people just, poured out the back, still had the curtains.
Yes. Oh, you can't get rid of the curtains.
All the stuff.
If you're gonna
I don't think I've ever been in a hearse, which I'm fine with.
You don't think about it other than the fact that you recognize that it's a hearse. But seriously, when you climb in the back and they're driving, you're going to have the same conversations you normally have. You kind of look around a little bit. And what struck me was how nice the back of the hearse is. And I'm like, look, I'm not trying to be a D, but it doesn't have to be nice. They're dead.
I always remember that girl because she introduced me to Black Flag. She used to have the Black Flag cassettes, and she'd play them in the car. And I was like, hey, throw me that thing back there. And they're all just a different color and a different number.
Right.
Back in the day. So that's kind of how I got turned on to
Does she have a Misfits tattoo?
Riding in a hearse. I'm sure she does.
I was going to say,
or a
jean
jacket. Sure.
Yep, pretty. But you know who it is.
Our question: holiday or not? What is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it? 206-803-ROCK. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check with Mike Hawk. Some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. Influencers are starting to push routine parasite cleanses, but doctors are warning of potential health risks.
Shouldn't have to.
I know. And, I've got another story of people that are following a bunch of BS medical talks as well.
Garlic?
Yeah. Don't worry, that'll come up in headlines tonight.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, that's how AI is going to kill us. We always have a picture of how AI is going to kill us, and they're going to create robots, and they're going to, lead a rebellion against the human race. No, they're not. They're just going to tell us, hey, put garlic here. Hey, try parasite cleanses.
They still got to make the robots kill the smart people.
Yeah.
A parasite cleanse?
I know.
You're not losing anybody value on this, man.
Well, and cleanses have they've been around forever.
Sure.
They have.
People are always going to try them.
I know. It's just when you hear the word parasite, you go like, okay.
So,
I mean, you can say spaghetti, but if you say my cyanide spaghetti, I go, okay, I'm not going to try that.
So here's the thing: is I thought the same thing that you did. That you're giving yourself a parasite to cleanse. It's not. It is taking something to clear the parasites from your body. Because we routinely get parasites on our body. It's like,
sure,
there's a lot of parasites on us at all times.
Any given time.
That's right. That is it. Get used to it.
AI is going to be like, we have to invent robots. Only the dumb people are right.
Parasites also don't mean that they're going to kill you.
That is correct.
They just feed off of you.
Yep.
And you'll be all right. So there you go. And they were basically just saying that these cleanses that they're doing, they've not been tested, they've not been approved, they have no idea what they're actually going to do. Again, no matter what you do, if it's for your health, consult a doctor if you're going to do anything unnatural. If you're going to do anything that isn't just eating right and exercising. Hey, Americans are holding onto their smartphones for much longer than they did a decade ago, which experts say could result in a costly productivity and innovation lag for the economy. The headline that I saw said that Americans are holding onto their smartphones for longer, but it could negatively impact the economy.
Yeah, because you're not just giving money to all these companies that produce the latest version of the same crap.
When I got when I had to update my phone was like $700, dude.
Right.
I mean I didn't get the top of the line. I just got the phone that was out.
Right.
Because I figured I'm going to keep this thing until it dies. And they just do it on a payment plan for me. So I didn't pay for the whole thing. I just pay extra on my monthly bill.
Yeah, I mean, so they said the average person used to change basically their phone, for lack of a better device, every 22 months.
Okay.
And now it's up to 29. And I'm like, I keep it longer than that, man.
Same, man.
But I've never contributed, quote unquote, to that economy. But I guess most people, if you're less than every 2 years, for a better camera, download the new apps, whatever it is. I don't know. To me, it's just not worth it.
Well, let me fix the headline for you. Smartphones are too doggone expensive, and it's negatively affecting the economy.
For overcharging you.
Right. Guess what? If things cost too doggone much, people are going to hold on to what they have for longer, trying to not have to spend that kind of friggin' money.
It's amazing how that works.
It's the new car payment. Like, my phone payment comes in, and it's not as high as it could be because I'm not paying off a new phone again.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, it just seems to have died down. I'm sure money plays a major important role, but I just don't know anybody. It used to be people would wait in line, you got to get this new phone. Now we're kind of
but the new tech
you can only upgrade it so much,
and you're not necessarily getting anything in addition for the value.
Right.
There's no real new tech out there that you can't get on the phone you have. But who knows? Maybe they'll do like the appliance industry.
Yeah.
Said, man, if we keep making really good appliances, they stop buying them because they still work.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Amazon reportedly has plans to increase the price of ad-free Prime Video by $2 a month. Not shocking. Licensing,
sounds about right.
Costs go up and whatever.
Yeah, HBO does it to me.
Yeah.
Netflix does it to me. Amazon have the premium
up.
stuff.
They creep up.
But you know what? I'm used to it. I mean, I grew up with commercials. I work on the radio. We have commercials. So to me, it's like, I get it. This is how you get paid.
Right.
It's your money source.
So for me, it's, unless I'm watching a movie that I rented and paid for, then I don't expect commercials to be there, but I expect them to be everywhere else.
And the thing is that even those shows that you're watching that are on these streaming services, made for streaming services, by the way, these things have never seen broadcast television a day in their life. They are still organized in such a way that they have natural ad breaks.
Commercial breaks.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So
my wife was watching, I cannot remember the show, but there were no ads in it, but you're right. Just the way they killed the scene, clearly this was made for a commercial break.
Right.
And then how the scene picks up. But there were no commercials. But what's weird is when you end it that way, I'm fully anticipating a commercial.
Exactly.
It's almost weird.
Put your thinking caps on, gents. Time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I give you guys 10% chance of success on this one. It's an adjective brought to you by the letter P, and it's a formal word used to describe something that is generally believed, supposed, or assumed to be something specified. It is always used before a noun. It's a P word, a formal word used to describe something that is generally believed, supposed, or assumed to be something specified, and it is always used before a noun. The word is
palatable,
putative.
Putative?
Putative.
Okay. I learned a new word today.
There you go. I've never heard of this word before.
No.
The U.S. Mint is releasing a new dime for the 250th anniversary of the U.S., and it's
What's
causing...
her name?
Yeah, look at this dime.
Oh, she's a hottie. Dime.
It's causing controversy because the eagle that it features is not holding an olive branch. It is an eagle that
sounds about apropos.
That is only holding the
Tomahawk
arrows.
missile.
So the whole thing is that the eagle on currency, or the eagle of our seal, has always held arrows in one and
Olive
the
branch
olive
in the
branch.
other.
War and peace is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with this 250th anniversary, it's kind of hearkening back to the colonial era when the revolution was going on, and it was a group of colonists that were still searching for peace at that point.
I got you.
You know, when we became a country, things weren't doing great here at that point.
Yeah.
There were some people that were very, very mad that we decided to be our own country, and we had to prove it. So that's what that's about.
That
we
makes
had
sense.
no peace at that point.
Yeah.
So calm down, y'all. We're okay.
They won't.
A new study suggests exposure to other people's negative opinions can amplify how painful or draining an experience feels.
Yes.
No one wants to be around those people.
It's called confirmation bias.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, guys.
Right.
You need a study for that.
You could leave something and say, I think that movie sucked. And then you hear 5 people that say, that movie sucked. And you're like, yeah, that was awful.
Let's burn the theater down.
Worst Doug. Burn the theater down. Grab your torch and pitchforks. But you know what? Speaking of movies, the Oscars were last night, and while we might agree or disagree on what could have been the best picture, there's some that are just timeless classics that don't even miss a beat.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
That's true. Mike, you and your wife, you watched all of the pictures that were nominated?
All the Best Picture nominees.
All the Best Picture nominees.
Yes.
And how many are there? 5,
10.
6, 10? Ooh, there's 10.
There's 10.
How many of the 10 would you recommend to people? In general, right? There's certain movies you can say to certain people, like, hey, you will like this, but I thought the movie was terrible.
Let's see, there we go.
Overall.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, definitely. 6, 7. I'll go 8.
Okay.
8 of them were good. There were 2 of them that I thought were absolute garbage. There were some that I would recommend a little bit lower on the list because I don't like how they ended.
Okay. You told me about one of those.
It was a great movie up until the ending.
Yeah.
Like, I would have slashed it right there, and it would have been perfect. It would have been my best picture. But then they screwed it up. So it was fun. It was a fun little adventure, I'll say that.
Will you do it again? Will you make this a thing? Like, hey, they all got nominated. Let's watch them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you have no choice in this, I see.
He's doing it again next year, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Coming back around again. And we're building a strategy for next year, Steve. Okay.
Lucky you.
Wow. I knew you liked movies, but I didn't realize you were going this in depth.
Darn right.
I know. Well, you were telling me on the weekend. I should have paid more attention.
Well, yeah, that I come prepared to our party.
Did you think they were all worthy of that nomination?
No.
Okay.
No.
Look, I saw F1 in IMAX. It was awesome. I don't think that should have been nominated.
No. That should not have been
agree.
nominated.
I enjoyed the movie, too. My
Correct.
kid watched it like 3 times. Like, this is a fun movie. It's a decent movie.
Yeah.
Best picture of the year? No.
Hell of a soundtrack.
Great soundtrack. But people on Reddit were naming movies that are straight up 10s with no bad parts.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because, we can agree or disagree on if it's actually the best picture of the year, but
Sure.
we decided to go down the rabbit hole. These ones are just great no matter who you are. So, very bottom of the list, they actually gave us the top 20 here. So, bottom of the list is Jaws.
Great movie.
Not really much of a lull in Jaws.
There's not. And like I said, to me, it's such a hard sales pitch because the whole thing of the movie is there's a shark. They need to kill it.
Exactly.
That's it. That is the entire plot.
And it's like a 2.5-hour movie, but it moves
It
so
does.
well it doesn't feel it.
Because they have you so freaked out about this damn shark.
Exactly.
You're always tense when you watch that movie.
Tremors.
Oh, I love that movie.
I'd never seen Tremors.
Oh, dude, it is
Kevin
so
Bacon.
stupid.
Prime Kevin Bacon.
But it's fantastic.
Okay.
And there are no lulls. I mean, it just keeps. And look, I enjoyed it. A buddy of mine enjoyed it. We made our wives sit down and watch it. They disagreed vehemently with what we felt about the movie, but I'm telling you, it holds up.
I know it scared the living daylights out of my cousins.
Really?
They were terrified of it. Well, then again, they were very, very young at the point that it was coming out. But it scared the daylights out of them. You're reading the history of this movie there, Steve.
Airplane. Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Have you seen Airplane?
No, I haven't.
Oh, come on.
That's a classic that
You
I know
gotta
I need
watch
to go
that
back
one.
and see.
Right, and all the jokes are just
This is the mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK. From the Pinkies Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room.
Sarah Daly, Steve Mix from a Daily Mix Morning Show coming up. We'll sit and spin today the 10 worst lyrics in classic rock. It's coming up at 4:30, right after emails on our question. Holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition, and do you look forward to it or not? As we head to Massachusetts, they say just before St. Paddy's Day, an Irish pub appeared one night beneath a basketball hoop in a suburban Massachusetts driveway.
You said a bar opened up under a basketball hoop.
That's correct. Neighbors packed around the bar as music played and Guinness flowed inside a tiny pub that had been towed in just for the night. Now, instead of heading out to celebrate the holiday, the bar had come to them. The Wee Irish Pub was delivered by Tiny Pubs. They are a small business run by brothers Matt and Craig Taylor. They build miniature Irish pubs on wheels for holidays, weddings, and backyard parties across New England.
Nice.
Decorated with antique signs, church pews, an electric fireplace, and a bar crafted from the front panel of an 1864 piano. The pubs recreate the feel of a traditional Irish pub, but are just small enough to fit in your driveway.
Yeah, they're kind of awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. It's like the size of what, an old photo mat.
Pretty much. It's really just time to forget about whatever's going on in your world. That, according to Mark, who hosted the pub in his driveway on Friday. That's what pubs are supposed to be, for people coming together and having fun. Around 20 people from 5 families whose children grew up together squeezed into the roughly 20-foot-long space for Cody's annual holiday party, creating what he said felt like a real neighborhood bar. The idea began during the COVID-19 lockdown when the Taylor brothers retired from careers in corporate finance and found themselves missing their favorite Irish pubs. The first version went up at Matt Taylor's driveway in Reading, 12 miles north of Boston. When we were building the pub in this neighborhood, neighbors thought a pub was going to be living here full time. We had to kind of settle them down a little bit, make sure that they knew that it was just a business opportunity.
My brother-in-law built a pub in his living room.
Nice.
Like a full-on pub.
In his living room.
In his living room. So you walk into his house, you walk in the front door, to the right, there's a dining room, leads to the kitchen, makes sense. To the left, there was a living room. His house is older, so it probably would have been a formal living room, right? But it is a full-on pub. I mean, a full-on pub. All the signs, hardwired, right? I mean, like, seriously. And he was saying he was going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're married. You have 3 kids. There's no chance. A year later, we showed up. He didn't say anything. I walked in. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is an actual.
But she let him do it in the living room.
She let him.
I'm assuming there's a family room somewhere else in the house.
There's a family room in the back, but the living room is a full-on pub, and he lives in Philadelphia, so it's Eagles, Flyers, 76ers, all the stuff everywhere. But I mean, man, if you did not know, like if you just woke up out of a coma and you were there, you would think you're in a little teeny tiny pub.
So there's a bar that has liquor.
There is a bar that has liquor. Yeah, he's got the taps, the whole nine, man. And I mean, it's a traditional wooden top, all this stuff. I will say about Irish pubs, we were in Ireland, 7 years ago, whatever it was, and only there for 12 hours. We're in Dublin. We're walking around, and the one buddy I'm with, he's like, dude, we've got to stop at an Irish pub. I'm like, you are 100% correct. So we took in some of the sites, walked into this Irish pub, and we were just so let down. Just because the recreated Irish pubs here in the States, it's exactly that. I don't know what we were expecting, but we walked to an Irish pub. It looks like an Irish pub, right? Just same pews, dark wood floor. We're like, I mean, we're in Ireland, but it just feels like, right, this is an Irish pub. We got Guinness. Like I normally
Less TVs.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against them, but I'm like, don't get excited about it. It is literally just an Irish pub. You happen to be in Ireland.
One of my annual traditions that I do at my house is just the Super Bowl, and the idea being that every year I will try to order something off a Gold Belly from a place around the United States.
Does it matter the city's playing in the Super Bowl?
No, actually, no. We just kind of pick what we want to eat.
Okay.
So this year we got wings from the Anchor Bar. Got those delivered, and we also got pit beef sandwiches from Chicago.
Nice.
Along with Italian hot links. And that was, I think, the best combination so far.
That is a great combination,
Done Chicago deep dish. It's fine. It tastes like Chicago deep dish. For some reason, though, pizzas don't do well.
They don't travel well, right?
No, they don't. I mean, even though you're warming them up in the oven, not the best thing in the world, but that's something I really look forward to. I think next year, we already determined this year, it's going to be straight New Orleans food.
Can't go wrong.
So probably going to get crayfish.
Till the morning.
Probably do po' boys. There's a couple different places where you can order that stuff. You can air fry either the shrimp,
sure,
or whatever they have flash frozen, and do that. But that to me, because You can cook, you can do all that. And yes, it is not the cheapest thing in the world. Did crab cakes from Baltimore a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Try to do that once or twice a year, but typically always on the Super Bowl if I do it.
Yeah, we used to do the blue crab shindig at our place each summer. We would just order all the blue crabs from Maryland, get them in. People would crack them. They would eat them. It was a mess. Actually, COVID messed that up. Because I want to say we had like 4 or 5 good years where we did it. Then COVID hit, and we just haven't gotten back to it, but we've had a lot of people saying, you guys need to bring it back because you're just sitting outside getting drunk. Used to go to Mazatlan at every Christmas, right? We get the time off from here, go to Mazatlan. That was our thing, man. Let's just get some sunshine. It's 80 degrees, fantastic. The problem was the kids got old enough for Christmas to say, hey, we'd rather be home because that's where they can really play with their toys. But one of my favorite memories, though, and this was the last time we did it at Christmas. We were down there. My daughter was maybe 6 or 7, and we did not realize what a big deal it was to them. But we had brought some gifts down for them, all right? So we had rented a house, and all the houses down there, they're just stone or brick or whatever. So you hear everything. So we wake up Christmas morning, and my daughter's screaming at the top of her lungs, just saying, he found us. He found us. So I jump out of bed because I think something bad's going on, and I see her in the hallway, and she's pointing at the Christmas tree because there's gifts. Santa Claus found them. I did not realize the concern she had that Santa would not know that she is on vacation. So when she woke up and saw that Santa had found them on vacation, one of my favorite memories from her, she was so happy and so thankful to Santa. That I said, well, you know, man, he knows when you're sleeping, you're awake, and we're going on vacation. Yep. Right? So, yeah. Santa Claus.
He knows everything.
He knows it all. So now the
they just
tradition
didn't put that in the song.
Is, my wife's been doing this since I believe she was 8 years old. And it's kind of cool because it's still going on. But every August, end up in Delaware at the beach house. And there's about 25 of us crammed into a house.
That would drive me nuts.
I never look forward to it. But when I get there, I always have a good time. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think part of it, they're driving from Pennsylvania to Delaware. So it's like, you drive 4 hours, you're there. We got to fly across the country, do layovers, all this crap. It's very expensive. But when I get there, it is fun because the chaos is like nothing at my home. I realize I actually have quiet kids by comparison. But the kids love it, which makes me like it more, right? They are super excited. My son always takes charge. He's basically in charge of all the cousins because he's level-headed and calm and rational and gets through things, and they're not necessarily that. But every year, we're there. So even last year, it's like, look, man, I got to get back to work. So we had all the crap going on, right? I think it was volleyball and all this. And he's like, so I spent about 36 hours there. That was it. Because my son absolutely demands it. He's like, look, I know you got to go to work. He's like, and not because he's going to miss me or because he wants me around. It's very important to him that you're with family because he is the family guy, right? So 36 hours. I'm in Delaware. Got a couple crab cakes, one lousy meal.
My kids, when they were little, we used to do, for whatever reason, they love Seaside. There's a little amusement park there.
Sure.
They've got a little. That's
why.
They've got a little aquarium and all this stuff. But they also have bumper cars. And we would do what we call the Montgomery family hike. Now this was the thing that caused the most tension. We build a fire on the beach, make s'mores, do all those things. But they wanted to go every year. Matter of fact, I'm going down just by myself at the end of the month. We have a 3-day weekend. And I'm going to go down there and just play golf. I ride the bumper cars every single time, even if I go by myself.
Solo.
Yes. Yes. And last year, I just absolutely destroyed a 5-year-old kid. And his dad was in there too. But he was coming after me. But I just like my kids, I would just absolutely destroy them.
Yeah.
And they're old bumper cars, so like your knees hit the metal and everything else. But that's honestly one of the best memories I have as far as something that they look forward to. Some of the hikes were brutal.
Sure.
You just don't realize when you look, how much elevation and everything else are on the coast of those mountains. And I mean, we would come down, kids are crying, people are hungry.
And you ask yourself, why are we going to do this again next year? But you will.
Oh, it's because they want to do it.
Even though they're going to be miserable. I will say the one thing we did not do it this past football season, which still bugs me. Me and my son at least fly to Baltimore to catch a Ravens game at M&T Bank Stadium. Right, that is the one thing.
Just you two.
My wife will go, but put it this way. If she can't go, she's like, you two go. We'll try to bring the whole family just because get close to other extended family in D.C. and all that kind of crap so they can see him. But that's of no interest to them unless my aunt's going to hook them up with pancakes. But otherwise, he's like, dude, I want to go to the game. So we did not go this past season. He was forgiving, but he's already made it clear we're going this year. I said, look, bro, I got no problem doing that, man. It's just we hunker down on crab cakes. We watch the Ravens. Win or lose, you'd watch it surrounded by 70,000 of your quote-unquote best friends. And it's just the cool. And I love that we can do that together. And I'm like, look, bro, as long as I'm alive, we will continue to do it together. It's one of those things I know, even when he reaches adulthood, until I am infirm, like, oh no, we're going to go there and watch a game.
Yeah,
right?
my brother and I kind of are going full circle this year, right? When he had Maddie, right, he was like, look, I didn't know I was going to move to the West Coast.
Yeah.
He's like, let's build this plan because I'm going to start raising kids where we go to a game every year.
Okay.
So we kept it going.
What was the first game?
Maryland at Virginia Tech when Virginia Tech joined the conference. Thursday night football.
So that was in Blacksburg.
So you barely remember.
So I remember Virginia Tech kicked the crap out of us. Right. And then I want to say by the next year I had moved out here. But I mean, that's why I've been to Knoxville, LSU, the Florida Georgia game, all that stuff.
You went to Michigan too, right?
Right. We went to Michigan one year. We've been to Army Navy. So this year, the weekend before Thanksgiving, we're going to go to Old Miss, where CJ, my nephew, his youngest, is a senior. So it's almost like full circle. We started it because we wanted to hang out because he knew he was having kids. Now we've gotten to the age where we can go hang out with his kids.
Right.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What about your birthday? Do you feel that is taken over by Christmas, or do you enjoy that day?
I mean, for me and my family, we always, like I said, when I was a kid, we didn't decorate the tree till Christmas Eve. So we'd always go to Mass in the evening, right? The kids' Mass.
Yeah.
And then we get Lito's Pizza, and like some people would come over.
Kids' Mass shorter, I'm guessing.
Yeah. It's usually where you have the little pageant. So like one year I was a wise man.
Okay.
So the kids' Mass usually has that kind of stuff. And it's at 4:30 or 5. Right.
Okay. All right. Not
so it gives you time to go out and still have dinner or whatever you're going to do, kind of Christmas Eve tradition, still have time to get to bed early enough for Santa. So like eating Litos and having pizza with people over. And then, the first few years I lived out here, I'd fly back. Now I just go to a buddy and his family. They're just doing their Christmas Eve. I just kind of hop in and they get me a cake.
Okay. All right.
Oh, nice.
That's not a bad deal.
So it's not bad.
You still doing that festival?
No.
What happened there? They stopped doing it?
I don't know. And to be honest with you, I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't understand. There is something going on there. But Jesus, do I miss Summer Meltdown.
I was going to say that was your thing. And then what's your tailgate tour, right? Now that's annual, correct?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the one me and Chris started when he started having kids.
And how many people are attached to it now?
So when it started, right, we had a lot of Smiths and cousins, right? Because we did LSU. We still had cousins going. Then for a while, it really thinned out, and it was just me, Chris, and Will, a couple trips. And now we've got like Marshawn has mixed in.
Right.
We got like another DeMatha guy. So we're kind of combining. We try to combine stuff. So like last year, we didn't officially take a trip. We just did a game in Maryland because Washington was playing there.
Okay.
But my brother was like, I'll still take off Thursday and Friday. I'll spend the night
That's
with
big
you.
of them.
Right, like I'll spend the night with you guys. Let's party.
What a sacrifice your brother's willing to make.
Well, that's why this year we're kind of doing it Saturday before Thanksgiving.
Smart.
Right, and then he's staying down there the whole week.
Where at?
In Oxford, Mississippi. Because CJ is his senior year.
Is this all about tailgating, or is it more about the football experience?
Tailgating.
So you don't
Florida, Georgia, we never had tickets for that game. You had to get a parking spot reserved in like March or April for a late October, early November game. But we never had intention.
But you had a parking space.
Correct. The world's largest outdoor cocktail party is insane. So, right, we had spots for that. LSU, most of them we end up going into the game for a little bit. Like this year, we're going to watch Ole Miss in Wofford. It's a cupcake. That's easy to get a ticket to, right?
Wofford?
Right. But like Florida, Georgia, the year we were down there, you got to keep in mind, Tim Tebow's the quarterback. Right? Like, they were very, very good.
Did they win a national championship?
I can't remember if they won it that year or the year before. So some of the games we've been to, it's hard to get physical tickets to the games, if that makes, you know what I mean? So like, the tailgate tour is just about tailgating. So then during COVID, you couldn't go to stuff. So we just went to Milwaukee to kind of go on like a guy's trip. And then, one year we went to Scottsdale. So we were like, well, screw it. We'll just go to Scottsdale.
You said very good things about Scottsdale.
Scottsdale's awesome.
Yeah.
I've been down there a couple times. I don't know that I could live down there, but for a weekend with your boys.
Why not?
Temperature-wise, it's just a different lifestyle.
Sure.
As far as?
I don't know.
Snooty people?
Yeah. Like, I love partying at Scottsdale. I just don't know that I want to live there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's also hot.
See, that's the thing about Austin, right? Because you'll go on about Austin, and Austin is a cool town. But it also has spring and summer. Because their spring is hotter than summer's here. Their summer is hotter than hell, quite literally. And even fall, it's still like in the 90s. So like it's a cool town, man. But I'm like, yeah, dude, I could live here. And then, like I said, I visited my parents there at Christmas. I visited them there in the summer. And then in the summer, I'm like, I could not live here.
The summer is ungodly because it was even when I was down there in October, right? Sunday it cooled off in like high 70s, but the first 2 days was almost 90. It was still obnoxious and hot. But I like Austin. One of the bars, the guy, the working the door, he was like, "Oh, I'm from Seattle." It's like when he looked at my ID. And I just go, "How do you deal with this weather?" And he goes, "It's just air conditioner, man."
Yeah.
He's like, I love it down here, but he's like, he goes, "You got about 2 or 3 months where it's cool out." And he's like, "You basically just go from AC to AC."
Are you going to try to do an F1 race a year?
I'm going to Miami in May.
You are?
Yeah.
So this is 3 years in a row.
Correct.
So it's actually become a tradition.
Yeah, and I want to close out the American races. And then one day go European. And
How many different races? Is there 4 in the States?
There's 3. So I did Vegas, I did Austin, and then we'll do Miami.
And that's it for now.
But you're not going to go see the Indy 500, or you're not going to go to a NASCAR race. You're not
I would really much like to see a NASCAR race, and then our buddy Cool Keith. Me and him have been flirting with going to a NASCAR race.
Okay. All right. What's the closest one? Arizona?
Probably. And a couple weeks ago, they did an IndyCar race on Saturday, then NASCAR on Sunday. I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But this is a good area for racing, right? I was watching a show last night. Like, this area is kind of starving for it.
I don't understand, and you can say the weather and all that. I honestly, I don't know how there is not a major track for NASCAR.
I think they wanted to build one, but environmentally they nixed it.
Is that what it seems
because
like?
Of noise or whatever the deal
15, 20 years ago, something like that.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that makes nothing but sense here.
So
So that's the thing, right? Like, IndyCar just did an awesome thing down in North Texas, right around Jerry's World.
Okay. That's the place to do it.
T-Pain was playing. So, like, Portland hosts an IndyCar race, and they're getting people to actually show up.
Portland, Oregon.
Correct. So that's the thing is, like, I don't know with all the politics and everything that you can build, like, a track here, but you could do a street race.
We already got that going on, Ted.
What is the bucket list on the college tour? As far as stadiums you want to go to?
Texas A&M, and then...
How about Texas? You've been to Austin, but you've never been to a Texas football game, right?
No, I have.
You have? Okay.
Yeah.
So you've seen that.
Miles, you
fool. I don't know.
You
fool. If I'm going down there...
You think I've been to Texas in the fall and didn't go to a game?
Well,
they played Kansas State. Good year. We Huskies ended up beating them in the Sugar Bowl. Same year.
Oh, that year. Okay.
Yeah. Texas A&M, and then I am not a Notre Dame fan, but everybody has told me if you like football, you have to go see a game at Notre Dame. They do chalk talks the night before with the coaches and everything.
Yeah.
So, like, my family's obsessed with it.
See, I would think, like, Wisconsin would be a cool place to go and tailgate, watch a game.
I think that'd just be
For
fun.
tailgate tour, yeah. We should get on that.
I like how you have a differential. Like, oh, no, that's tailgate tour, Wisconsin. Stadium tour, Notre Dame.
Correct.
How about Penn State? Would you go to Penn State?
Already been.
You have been.
Thought it sucked.
Really?
Yeah. The people were not very friendly.
Really?
Yeah.
Happy Valley?
They were not very friendly. The people in the South are always super nice.
Sure. It's what they
LSU, go down there, put on an LSU shirt. You'll have 1,000 LSU fans. They'll invite you to a tailgate. I mean, how my nephew went in his old Miss gear. And he was like, after about 20 minutes of people harassing us, some people were like, "Are you guys here alone? Like, come here, eat our food."
Really?
Yeah. But Penn State was very sectioned off and like, we do this, we do that.
Really?
Yeah.
So what, like corporate tents, you couldn't get in, all that crap?
No. Just people being D's. They have their thing. That's their tradition. They're not looking to meet friends.
Okay.
Whereas, like, when you go to the South, or, like, generally that's what I like about tailgates, right? It's like when I go to Burning Man, I tell people, tailgating is like you set up your camp, you meet people next to you, you trade food, maybe a cocktail.
Sure.
Penn State people were very much like, this is our lot. This is where we tailgate. We know these people. Like, they just weren't friendly.
That's weird, man. I mean, every other foreign quote-unquote stadium I've been to, right, for the Ravens, so I'm going to Kansas City, and I'm like, this is not going to be good. They could not have been nicer, right? You're wearing the Ravens gear, and they're like, you want some barbecue?
Same with Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, right? We are heated rivals, and you can be in Pittsburgh, you can be in Baltimore. And so you party together in the parking lot. You will talk mad S, maybe get in a fight in the stadium, but it's almost like what was the sheepdog and the coyote from the old Warner Brothers cartoon?
Morning, Ralph.
Morning, Sam. Right? Now, when it's game time, it is on. And the one that's done, like, all right,
back to the
see you next
Penn
year.
State fans, to me, are closer to Philadelphia fans than they are Pittsburgh Steelers people.
Yeah, Philly
if that
fans
makes
suck.
sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. You get out to Pittsburgh, they're mostly Pitt and West Virginia fans. Like, yeah, Penn State, you're still dealing with all those Philly a-holes.
Tara Daly, Steve Mix from the Daily Mix Morning Show coming up. We're going to sit and spin today the 10 worst lyrics in classic rock. And we've got your emails on the way next from the men's room at KISW.com.
Tonight, there's a very real difference between the Righteous Brothers and Righteous Brothers. But first, a new television network is promising to air all of the classic children's cartoons from the 1970s and 80s. The Nostalgia Network, as they're calling it, plans to bring back a whole host of your favorite cartoons.
Yeah, they'll be new to me, Playboy.
You didn't watch cartoons when you were a kid?
I watched cartoons, man, just not the classics. We were too poor.
What are you even talking about? These cartoons weren't on pay TV, Felix. They aired for free on network television. Even poor people enjoyed them.
Yeah, I know that, but we were too poor to get the good cartoons, man. We only saw the knockoff versions.
Knockoff cartoons? Come on, Felix, that's not even a thing.
You weren't as poor as we were, man.
Felix, these cartoons aired on regular TV. If you owned a television, they were on. It didn't matter your financial situation. If you wanted to watch, say, the Thundercats, it was on.
Yeah, I heard about the Thundercats. Never saw it. We only got the Hunger Cats.
Hunger Cats?
Yeah, man, they were too broke to be heroic. They were just hungry, always looking for food.
That's ridiculous. What about Scooby-Doo? Surely you've seen Scooby-Doo.
Nah, man, we got Scooby no can do because he was too poor to do anything. Doing stuff costs money.
Felix, you're just making this up.
I'm doing no such thing, Stone. We were poor and we got poor people cartoons. You ever watch the G.I. Joe?
Sure, millions of children did.
Not me, man. I watched G.I. Poe.
G.I. Poe?
Yeah, because he was Poe. You ever see Tom and Jerry?
Of course. Tom and Jerry is one of the all-time classics.
Yeah, we just got Tom on my TV. Couldn't afford Jerry, Playboy.
Oh, come on.
Seriously, man. Never got to see the Incredible Hulk. We only got the mediocre Hulk.
The mediocre Hulk?
Yeah, and he was just that. Mediocre. Wasn't really strong. Didn't save anybody. He just kind of made hollow threats. Same thing with the Amazing Spider-Man. We had to watch the tolerable Spider-Man. And Pound Puppies, we got Ounce Puppies.
Okay, Felix, the Pound and Pound Puppies was about the fact that they lived at a dog pound. It was not about weight.
I know that, Stone. Ounce Puppies didn't live in a dog pound. The Ounce Puppies were just strays, man.
I remember Ounce Puppies. You watched this Ounce Puppies cartoon.
When I hung out with my poor friends, I did. Felix is right. They were just stray dogs eating trash. That's why they were Ounce Puppies. They couldn't find enough food to be weighed in pounds. I also remember watching the Arkansas Raisins.
The Arkansas Raisins? What were the Arkansas Raisins?
Oh, they were like the California Raisins, man, but they were too broke to live in California, Playboy. I honestly used to watch Skinny Albert. He was too poor to be fat, man.
I see. Felix, did you see any normal cartoons when you were a kid?
I used to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, there you go. Finally, the Nostalgia Network has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the slew of cartoons set to air.
Which version?
What do you mean, which version? The Nostalgia Network plans to air the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. The same one everyone saw in the 1980s.
Yeah, but the one I saw, the turtles ate ramen noodles because they were too poor to afford pizza.
So every cartoon you watched as a kid featured poor characters. Every one of them. That's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, man. Even Sesame Street.
Well, as I remember, everyone was struggling a bit on Sesame Street.
Yeah, but on my version, the street wasn't paved. It was a dirt road. In Schoolhouse Rock, we had Schoolhouse Sock. Just had this nasty-ass sock puppet teaching us poor kids what a noun is. A person, place, or thing you can't afford.
Are you being serious right now?
Nah, man, I never saw any of those cartoons. We didn't even have a TV.
Okay, I'm done here. Let's go to break. Hello, friends. Your In-Action News team here, ready to answer another of your inquiries about common knowledge subjects.
Yeah, way to call them out on common knowledge subjects, Playboy. Might as well just say, are you stupid? We can help.
Not now, Felix. This one is from Danielle, who says, Dear In-Action News, I'm happy to say I just got my first car. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
But I've heard about changing the oil, and I don't even know where to start.
I would start at the oil pan.
Yes, Danielle, changing the oil is a vital part of maintaining the health and longevity of your car. Traditionally, mechanics would recommend changing your oil once every 3 months or 3,000 miles. But with newer technology, vehicles can last up to 5,000 or 10,000 miles before needing a change.
We always just waited until it started smoking, like my nana. She was always chain smoking in the car, man.
That sounds terrible for both the car and you. How many cars did your family go through?
I don't have that many fingers, Playboy.
I can imagine. Anyway, keep track of how long it's been since you last changed using the odometer or trip meter on your dash. When it comes to finally changing the oil, you can seek help from a local mechanic or do it yourself.
Just make sure you get motor oil. Don't use canola oil. It does not have the same effect.
Why on earth would you think canola oil would properly lubricate an engine?
Well, we didn't. But my dad worked late, and he put ballpark franks in the oil reservoir to cook on his way home. Saves time and money.
You ate hot dogs cooked in an oil reservoir?
Yeah, man, we call them reservoir dogs.
Be sure to like and subscribe on all In Action News pages on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go. Hey.
What's going
Check
on?
out the shoes.
Return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Daily Mix Morning Show countdown. We're going to sit and spin. We've got the 10 worst lyrics in classic rock, but first time for a few emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Couple from our question, holiday or not, what is your yearly tradition? Says Ola Brethren. Speaking of annual events, we have had Van Fest every year since 2015. Woo! When I first met BJ and Miggs in the morning crew, I made friends with all of them. Also, the first Red Fest you had, where we all met. I've invited you all since Van Fest started. Only a few of the AM crew came. This year is the 11th annual, but also a special event too, as I will be 63 this August, born in 1963. This year it'll be on my birthday, which is Saturday, August the 8th. Come on down, have some food, get some backyard games, grilling food, bring your drinks and a lawn chair. Karaoke will be late in the afternoon. I look forward to you doing that for me, Van.
Yeah, that's
I
very
hope
nice
to see
of
you
you.
there, since we've all been to your events. I love you. That from the Elk Plain Drifter. Bitches, normally my St. Patty's tradition is to go to the bar and have 3 shots and 3 PBRs while I play pinball with my buddies. That being said, I'm a reprobate alcoholic. Don't drink anymore. So my plans for tonight, after work, are to instead get stoned, get into an Uber to the bar, have a few root beers, and play pinball with my buddies anyway.
All right.
Nothing's going to stop me from a goddamn pinball. Keep on rocking, gentlemen. That from Nathan.
All right, the pinball's the thing.
PBR, yeah. Does PBR not make an NA yet?
They do.
Do they?
Pretty sure they do. In my NA days, I thought I tried every single one they had out at the time.
Perhaps, huh?
I believe so. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how many they got out there now.
And how much better they've gotten since I was in the NA days.
Guinness makes a
They do,
NA.
yeah. Pabst Ribbon non-alcoholic beer, PBR NA, 0.04%. So there's a wee.
It's got to drink
bit of
12 of
alcohol,
them.
yeah.
I read something the other day, though, that's like, there's other stuff that have like that low percentage.
Well, you just have
Most
to go
do.
below a certain level, and then legally, you can say you're alcohol-free.
I have a tradition, guys, that every time I travel somewhere, I get a new tattoo on my left arm, a.k.a. my travel arm.
My travel arm. I like
travel
it.
arm. Okay. Well, let's see. Time for a birthday or two here, brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Actually, we have one birthday.
One birthday. Oh, I got one, too.
Ola Micholas, can you wish my amazing and beautiful fiance, Double D, pronounced DD, a very happy birthday and St. Patty's Day as well? Can you have Coke Ted
nice.
tell her how to get lit tonight, and the Dirty Germans tell her how to get after it tonight as well? This is the Way High Window Guy. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, the good news is you go out and do whatever the hell you want tonight. Hopefully you took tomorrow off. But I know your husband or your boyfriend, I don't know what your relationship status is. Anyhow, he doesn't drink or do anything anymore. So go wild. He's got to drive you home. Dance on a pool table. Paint your body green.
Yeah, to me, this is quite simple. First of all, it is your birthday on St. Patrick's Day, so the drinks will be flowing. But live up to your name and prove it. You will get many more drinks.
Yeah. So the good thing is you know the balls will be packed.
Yeah.
So you go outside, play hide the cue ball.
Say hi. I'm Double D.
This will be a tough night to go for a birthday. Just based on the fact that it's going to be a circus. You know,
It will be, but I do feel like, just based on the general mood of people, if they find out it's your birthday, like you will get everything on the house.
I have a buddy, Pat. Happy birthday, Pat. He coached you in baseball. You met him. He's been in the studio before.
Yeah.
His birthday is today.
And of course, his name's Pat.
Yeah. And I mean, him and his friends, granted, and Pat, happy 60th, by the way. They go to a bar and they set up like as soon as that bar opens, and every year they're like, we're going to stay here all day. I don't know that they've ever made it past 5 or 6 people.
Yep. All right, guys, here you go. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefly.
Thank you, Bob. A couple extra emails. Ola Bacholas, elk and game meat is the subject. Guys, the reason we don't see wild game meat from elk or deer in the grocery store is due to laws written in the early 1900s. It seems crazy, but we had nearly killed off most of the large game in North America to sell them mostly just for furs and leather. Hunting became a pastime post-World War II, and hunters stepped up and said, hey, we need regulations or we won't have any wildlife at all. So the North American model of conservation has allowed the return of deer, elk, and many other game and non-game animals alike. In most states, if you buy or sell game meat, it's punishable by fines or jail time. Bison is an odd one due to interbreeding and domestic cattle, which is why it's farmed and thus available commercially. If you see elk on the menu, it is usually a farmed European red stag.
I knew that.
If you boys are ever in Pullman or the Lewis and Clark Valley, I'd love to buy y'all beer. Thanks and keep up the good work. That from Ben, the archery tech.
Okay.
So now you know.
Even if Ben is completely wrong, that sounded so concise, I believe him.
Well, he's right, because it started with with the bison.
Right.
It was kind of twofold, unfortunately, and take away a food source. And then, they just killed them all and just let them rot.
Yeah.
For fur and like the heads or something.
Yep. For Thrill, ridiculous warnings, and it's a small world. Hey, Thrill.
Hi.
My wife and I are at the end of a Southeast Asia cruise and are in Hong Kong before heading home to Vancouver. I had to take a photo of the fire sprinkler and the warning label attached as soon as I saw it in the hotel room. I thought of you and how you always say something only gets a warning or becomes prohibited because some idiot actually tried it.
Yep.
These stickers don't hang anything with a hanger on a sprinkler head, and the anti-coat hanger is X'd out on the sprinkler head in the hotel room.
And you know damn well the only reason they posted that, and it's just one person who put it up there, ruined something, flooded the boat or whatever, and said, Jesus Christ, I cannot believe we have to tell people this, but don't hang things off the sprinkler head.
And I thought of you again yesterday as well.
What?
People need to hear that.
Who? Do you know someone who,
I don't, but I know people that work in maintenance, and that has happened a lot.
Oh, my God. Just don't.
Okay. My wife, 63, I-57, decided to check out Hong Kong Disneyland.
Hong Kong Disney.
My wife asked me what rides I wanted to try, and I said all of them, except It's a Small World. But I kept that to myself. So I asked her, what ride was she interested in? And she said, the only one I want to go on is It's a Small World.
What?
I still have that song running through my head. Cheers and rock on. That from Eric from North Vancouver, BC, Canada, en route from Hong Kong.
Wow.
As we speak. All right, let's see here. Coming up at 5:08, we'll drink a toast with a shot of the day. But first...
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go.
Hey,
What's going on?
check out the shoes.
The Sandalwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day Parade. I love Sandalwood. So shout out to all my fellow Sandalwoodians and to everybody that is here celebrating our tiny little town. Thank you guys for being here.
Football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The number one word that comes back every single time is community. And we can feel it today.
That's why I'm here. This is a public service announcement. My boss told me I was in a loud environment. I think it's right.
How we doing, Karen?
So great. This is amazing. Best turnout ever.
Good Lionheart. Woo!
Thank you everyone for coming out to Scanwood shortest St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Stanwood, man. It's big fun, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Here's a birthday, gentlemen. Today is my granddaughter's.
Two divorces to get as good at golf as Miles is?
Well, he needs all that extra time. You know, it's funny. They probably divorced him because of his nose. They call
Today-
him G-nose. The difference is his nose gets blown.
Yeah, that's why his cat used to scratch. We thought it was a scratching post.
That's a good one.
Had enough of this. Join us for the Miles Montgomery Golf Classic presented by Pinky's Plumbing this coming Monday. Tickets on sale now, KISW.com.
Here you go, Miles. Oh, hopefully that's not over. Nice shot. Thanks, buddy. Hopefully it's not too far. I'm walking up with it. Tony. Everything sounds like a damn helicopter now. Thanks, Miles. All right, thanks, Miles.
I don't know.
We're going to find out. Yeah, let's go up there and tell you.
There you go.
There he is. Beauty, eh?
I'm in for that. I'm also in for some sake.
Yes, sir. As in salmon? Yes, sir.
Salmon, yeah, that sounds good.
You even got the park roll running? Cheers.
Here's to,
Yeah, that's what Farrell was talking to me about.
you know, that's a first for me.
There's no way you don't fall.
Go for it.
Oh!
Right down the fairway.
Hit that fucking thing, man.
Yeah, baby!
Sure shot! Let's go!
What this gentleman has that you don't have on a hole-in-one are witnesses. There were people screaming from across the golf course, and it was amazing because the shot was fucking stupid. And then he got a hole-in-one. But here's one thing you need to understand. I know golfers have all this weird shit about luck, all right? So he was the first guy to stand on the toilet and hit the ball. He gets the hole-in-one. And then everyone that came up after him started standing on the toilet and we're like, well, I don't think it's a strategy. I think it was luck.
As such, the game of golf. So, awesome. All right, so let's do a little stuff here. What do we got? We got some prizes. So let's do some prizes. All right, push your ass prizes. So here we go. Let's see what we got. So it's Disney on Ice. And what else, Sage?
And you have to take
Oh,
thrills.
sorry, no, Sage.
No, you do not.
Disney on Ice goes to Justin Thomas.
There it is.
Justin Thomas. He's going to get this Disney on Ice. Hopefully, if he does this, his wife will fornicate with him later. Just to exit out. Yeah, no, hold on now, because Kayla's going to help you walk through that circle of hoops. All right, so, God, this sucks. So this is a chance to hang out with us and drink beer again on that bill, which actually is really not that bad. So it's Deanna. Oh shit, Deanna. Are you kidding me? Diana won. Diana you won. Diana you won. Which is awesome. I love you. That's crazy. Okay, so what is our next step? We've got the actual tournament. So, here we go. Because Diana won the drinking test. Third place. All right, Terry. Closest to the pin winner. Closest to the pin is Garrett Steffen. Garrett Steffen, yeah. That is amazing. I'm not sure what you win.
I'm not sure what I win either.
But I think Sage has some shit. There are things. Oh, no way. You get like tickets to shit. Oh, no way. What do you get tickets to?
3.
2 tickets.
9-inch nails. The longest putt. Eric Gilbreth. Eric Gilbreth gets it on. Oh, UAW. I know those guys. They talk your shit. And I'm blind your shit. So what Eric?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, no way. Wow. I'm not sure what that is. I know things at quantum fiber, so I'm not sure what that is. But either way, Eric, awesome. Absolutely. Okay. Also, thanks to our friends at the Advocates from Breakfast.
Yeah.
And Piggy's Plumbing for this whole thing. And Jefferson, this whole thing. Longest drive, we did that. Marty Abel. Marty, are you gone?
No, really?
No Marty?
Marty left.
I was literally right behind you.
You really were behind Marty.
Boo, Marty.
Hey, close on the count.
Okay, do we have a secondary one? AJ Rodriguez. Hell yeah, AJ. I mean, you still like the show, bro. Okay, so now.
Okay.
Thank
you. I don't measure up anywhere else.
No.
It's not about the pants, Wait, thank you so much.
He's also going to Lincoln Park. Third floor. So 4 VIP tickets to Halloween Hollywood. 4 Creed tickets. Actually, that's pretty cool. So that goes to that guy. 99 Problems. And Miles A1. That goes to Charlie.
Oh no, it's Charlie.
That really happened. And now you have to go see fucking Creed.
Charlie's gonna go see Creed.
Jesus Christ. All that way for Creed. All that way for... Actually, I know they're big guys. You know they're gonna win. Okay. Second place with a score of 54. For 4 VIP tickets to the Halloween Hullabaloo, which Ryan Castle is going to announce now the artist. Creed.
Creed.
Is it really? Oh, we can't announce it yet.
You gonna announce it yet?
So we can't announce it yet. But so we have to wait for the band.
It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy. Yes. All this stuff.
It's not awkward.
Dude, I'm going to throw you in the long, stiff shafts. Win 4 VIP tickets to the Halloween Halloween. Oh, thank God for that. Thank you. So, Ryan thinks that might be Creed. Other than the 30 other thousand fans that will go somewhere.
Honestly, it's Tool.
It's Tool.
Is this the big event? Sage, what do we got?
Last place, and then we'll do first.
Oh, last place. Last place. 76. Mr. Rack's team gets a small
The Mr. Rax team.
Exactly. A small team. And girls, you have to wear that now. It's going to be something.
Tonight, there's a very real difference between the Righteous Brothers and Righteous Brothers. But first, a new television network is promising to air all of the classic children's cartoons from the 1970s and 80s. The Nostalgia Network, as they're calling it, plans to bring back a whole host of your favorite cartoons.
Yeah, they'll be new to me, Playboy.
You didn't watch cartoons when you were a kid?
I watched cartoons, man, just not the classics. We were too poor.
What are you even talking about? These cartoons weren't on pay TV, Felix. They aired for free on network television. Even poor people enjoyed them.
Yeah, I know that, but we were too poor to get the good cartoons, man. We only saw the knockoff versions.
Knockoff cartoons? Come on, Felix, that's not even a thing.
You weren't as poor as we were, man.
Felix, these cartoons aired on regular TV. If you owned the television they were on, it didn't matter your financial situation. If you wanted to watch, say, the Thundercats, it was on.
Yeah, I heard about the Thundercats. Never saw it. We only got the Hunger Cats.
Hunger Cats?
Yeah, man, they were too broke to be heroic. They were just hungry, always looking for food.
That's ridiculous. What about Scooby-Doo? Surely you've seen Scooby-Doo.
Nah, man, we got Scooby no can do because he was too poor to do anything. Doing stuff costs money.
Felix, you're just making this up.
I'm doing no such thing, Stone. We were poor and we got poor people cartoons. You ever watch the G.I. Joe?
Sure, millions of children did.
Not me, man. I watched G.I. Poe.
G.I. Poe?
Yeah, because he was Poe. You ever see Tom and Jerry?
Of course. Tom and Jerry is one of the all-time classics.
Yeah, we just got Tom on my TV. Couldn't afford Jerry, Playboy.
Oh, come on.
Seriously, man. Never got to see the Incredible Hulk. We only got the mediocre Hulk.
The mediocre Hulk?
Yeah, and he was just that. Mediocre. Wasn't really strong. Didn't save anybody. He just kind of made hollow threats. Same thing with the Amazing Spider-Man. We had to watch the tolerable Spider-Man. And Pound Puppies, we got Ounce Puppies.
Okay, Felix, the Pound and Pound Puppies was about the fact that they lived at a dog pound. It was not about weight.
I know that, Stone. Ounce Puppies didn't live in a dog pound. The Ounce Puppies were just strays, man.
I remember Ounce Puppies.
You watched this Ounce Puppies cartoon.
When I hung out with my poor friends, I did. Felix is right. They were just stray dogs eating trash. That's why they were Ounce Puppies. They couldn't find enough food to be weighed in pounds. I also remember watching the Arkansas Raisins.
The Arkansas Raisins? What were the Arkansas Raisins?
Oh, they were like the California Raisins, man, but they were too broke to live in California, Playboy. I also used to watch Skinny Albert. He was too poor to be fat, man.
I see. Felix, did you see any normal cartoons when you were a kid?
I used to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, there you go. Finally, the Nostalgia Network has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the slew of cartoons set to air.
Which version?
What do you mean, which version? The Nostalgia Network plans to air the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. The same one everyone saw in the 1980s.
Yeah, but the one I saw, the Turtles ate ramen noodles because they were too poor to afford pizza.
So every cartoon you watched as a kid featured poor characters. Every one of them. That's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, man. Even Sesame Street.
Well, as I remember, everyone was struggling a bit on Sesame Street.
Yeah, but on my version, the street wasn't paved. It was a dirt road. In Schoolhouse Rock, we had Schoolhouse Sock. Just had this nasty-ass sock puppet teaching us poor kids what a noun is. A person, place, or thing you can't afford.
Are you being serious right now?
Nah, man, I never saw any of those cartoons. We didn't even have a TV.
Okay, I'm done here. Let's go to break. Hello, friends. Your In-Action News team here, ready to answer another of your inquiries about common knowledge subjects.
Yeah, way to call them out on common knowledge subjects, Playboy. Might as well just say, are you stupid? We can help.
Not now, Felix. This one is from Danielle, who says, Dear In-Action News, I'm happy to say I just got my first car. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
But I've heard about changing the oil, and I don't even know where to start.
I would start at the oil pan.
Yes, Danielle, changing the oil is a vital part of maintaining the health and longevity of your car. Traditionally, mechanics would recommend changing your oil once every 3 months or 3,000 miles. But with newer technology, vehicles can last up to 5,000 or 10,000 miles before needing a change.
We always just waited until it started smoking, like my nana. She was always chain smoking in the car, man.
That sounds terrible for both the car and you. How many cars did your family go through?
I don't have that many fingers, Playboy.
I can imagine. Anyway, keep track of how long it's been since you last changed using the odometer or trip meter on your dash. When it comes to finally changing the oil, you can seek help from a local mechanic or do it yourself.
Just make sure you get motor oil. Don't use canola oil. It does not have the same effect.
Why on earth would you think canola oil would properly lubricate an engine?
Well, we didn't. But my dad worked late, and he put ballpark franks in the oil reservoir to cook on his way home. Saves time and money.
You ate hot dogs cooked in an oil reservoir?
Yeah, man, we called them reservoir dogs.
Be sure to like and subscribe on all In Action News pages on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
The Men's Room returns with Miles and Thrill.
All right, coming up here until 5:08, we'll drink and toast with the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check in with Mike Hogg and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. 3 new rock monitor lizard species have been discovered in far north Queensland, Australia.
Rock monitor, baby.
Rock monitor.
Yeah, rock monitor.
Found a couple of new ones in New Guinea a couple weeks ago.
I feel like if you go to New Guinea and look long enough, you're going to see something that you didn't know exists.
Yeah, and maybe get eaten.
And maybe get eaten, yes.
I understand that, you're trying to keep a lot of animals alive and thriving, and do we need more monitor lizards?
Well, we don't need more, but we got more, Mike.
We do.
That's the excitement, buddy. And these are rock monitor lizards. We should send them some KISW shirts.
There's a cool nature about them, but they freak me out.
I mean, what do they do? What's their point?
They're just dragons.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of big, right?
Yeah.
And they got that real dragony look.
Exactly.
You ever seen a computer monitor lizard?
We named him Dell. There's a dash cam video making the rounds of a meteorite in Ohio burning up in the atmosphere.
Landed near Cleveland, they believe.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, they say it exploded before it hit the ground.
Yes.
So there's probably some fragments out there, but they heard a loud boom.
Because they realized it was headed toward Cleveland.
Oh, no.
Blow me up.
Abort mission. Damn it.
This whole damn planet not going to hit Cleveland? Really? Think about it. You're floating around in space for like billions of years.
Right. Studying the Earth.
You're going to crash into planet Earth and you end up in Cleveland.
Damn.
I mean, even in space movies, aliens never even go. They'll attack New York, London. No one ever attacks Cleveland.
No.
And even the aliens are like, they got their own problems.
Yeah.
Think about Independence Day, right? There was New York, there were all the international cities, part of Houston. You know, that's where they sent the nuclear, but Cleveland doesn't come up. And even then, like, this is Cleveland. Cleveland, we don't care.
It rolled through Cleveland like, were we here already?
My God, look at this place.
Who hit this one?
It's kind of, yeah. I think that a lot of countries have those cities. Kind of like Birmingham in England.
Yeah.
You got to think most cities in most countries are that.
Sure.
And you only hear about the cool ones, like New York City, London, right? And you go to some of the other places like, this is an asshole.
I've been, honestly, the TikTok culture has brought me into the idea that Birmingham is actually, it is the Cleveland of that particular area.
That's what I'm saying, because everybody in England kind of makes fun of them.
They shade them.
I want to say they're up north or something, so they're kind of cut like different to everybody else. And it's just like, you're right, Throw, but I've been to a lot of cities where people go, oh, well, at least like there's this in that city. Like, I just don't, people from Cleveland. You just don't hear a lot of people say
Rock
positive.
and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, although Tim, our YouTube guru, he just points Cleveland, that's where Howard the Duck landed. Tim, that movie did so poorly. I mean, that says it all. That's why the movie bombed.
He went to Cleveland.
Howard the Duck.
Also in Birmingham, they've their trash guys have been on strike for over a year.
Oh, no
So
kidding.
they haven't even had any garbage pickup in that city. It's a city.
Right.
For over a year, there's trash everywhere.
Think about that.
Damn.
I mean, that doesn't really help your stats.
No, it doesn't.
You know, Cleveland's like, well, people keep making fun of us because our river caught on fire in the 60s. Because rivers are made out of water.
Rivers don't catch fire.
Like, bro, it's not going to go away, man.
Damn, dude. 58% of people say AI chatbots have swayed their opinions. Now, I understand knee-jerk is to not like this. However, what we've talked about when it comes to AI is that it's a conglomerate of information.
Sure.
I'm actually kind of glad that it's swaying opinions.
It depends on you. I got a buddy that uses it. He tells me the structure he uses it, which is he has to do a lot of presentation. He works in detailed security kind of in the computer world. But anyway, he has to do a bunch of presentations and stuff, and he does them internationally. So he's like, look, I just use the chat GTP or whatever the hell it's called. It's like I submit my argument, why I'm saying these things, and he just asks, what would the argument back be? And he goes and does a great job on that.
Sure.
And either changes his opinion or he changes some things about his presentation. But he's like, I don't ask it medical advice, none of that. His is very, very analytical.
Right. Just bring me the facts of the argument there.
He's like, but you have to be clear.
Right.
You have to be clear with that stuff.
Put your thinking caps on. Just time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I honestly give you guys a 1% chance of success on this one.
Thank you.
And seeing as it is St. Patrick's Day, this is an E-phrase. It's not even a word. It is an E-phrase that means Ireland forever.
Oh, Christ. I don't know.
Anybody know the 3-word phrase that means Ireland forever? You're very close.
I mean, look, I'm sure I've seen it, and there's weird, like, T's and P's in it, but I don't know what it says.
We need our man Sean over here, because I'm going to botch the pronunciation of this. Erin Gobra.
That sounded good.
Yeah.
I'm
sounded
sure
more
you
Scottish.
said it wrong way.
Again, I'm mixing the Scottish, Ted. I can't do it. I'm Scots-Irish all day. I can't do it.
What's it, Ireland forever?
Ireland forever.
So do an Irish accent. Just say a word with the Irish accent.
Erin Gobra.
All right, and then say it with the Scottish accent.
Erin Gobra. It's
okay,
deeper.
the Scottish, you just sound angrier.
It's deeper.
Yeah. Scottish sounds like you're repeating yourself.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones. Yeah, I've seen it. I had no idea what it meant.
Yeah, I think I've seen it, found out what it meant, immediately forgot it.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? Apparently, teens who can't put their phones down are at a higher risk for disordered eating.
For disordered eating?
For disordered eating. It makes
They don't eat enough or they eat too much?
Probably both.
Right. Depending on which angle that you go on that one. But I think it's the constant stimulation sort of a thing.
Okay.
So you kind of get the oral fixation situation there as well. And so all of a sudden they just, they're snacking all the time. They're just looking up and they grab something. I don't know. I'm spitballing as far as what it could be.
And that's what I'm saying. It could be both. Maybe you have on one side, you have this warped idea of what beauty is and how thin you need to be. And then I'm with Mike, though. I can easily see the other thing. If you're just sitting there with your phone scrolling and just snacking.
Scrolling on your phone is just that's the cheap dopamine. You're just hitting that button constantly, and so it doesn't mean anything. Well, snacking does the same thing. So if you get conditioned to just hit that button constantly, and if you can't live without that button just being constantly tapped on, well, eventually that trickles down into other factors of your life.
Why don't we come up with phone snacks?
Phone snacks.
Phone snacks. Looks like little phones, but the little snacks.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Phone snacks.
So you just it doesn't have to be healthy or anything, just a snack.
I mean, look, you could offer like the sugar-free, low sodium. Then you could have your regular, cell phone blast.
There's got to be gummy phones out there.
Gummy phones?
I think there's a better chance of being a gummy phone than there is of like
phone.
a chip shaped like a phone.
The new traveling trend for trips this year has an official name: Whycations.
Like, why am I here?
Why are we going there? Kind of a thing. So you plan a vacation not just to. It has to have a purpose. Are we going to a show? Are we going to get into a different culture? Are we going to?
All right.
What is the purpose for this particular? Are we going to see family?
Because I'm not here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And
I want
if
to
it's
go see
family,
stuff.
it's not vacation. That's a trip.
Right.
I will always maintain that. I don't care if I fly halfway around the world. If I'm going there with family, this is now a trip, not a vacation.
I will plan a couple of things, but other than that, I kind of want to free-form ask people around where I am what to do.
Yeah. Go to hell.
And where to eat.
Right.
And where to go drink. And where to go hang out. Where to walk.
The way we did Vegas last time was perfect. Here's a list of all the things that we could do.
Sure.
Now, how do we factor it into the day? I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. Maybe not even do something that's on the list, but we've got this list of things that we can do. Okay, now what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you travel like that. Just like, I don't care. Let's leave the place we're staying and start walking.
Exactly. It is St. Patrick's Day, and we already talked about the Irish accent, so let's get into that.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
So this comes to us from the Word Finder, and the Word Finder. The new survey looked into the regional accents that seem to be disappearing as people move, work, travel, and simply try to fit in. So there's a lot of accents that are starting to go away.
Okay.
And these are accents that are here in the United States. I'm going to give you the word that they give to kind of describe the vernacular of that particular dialect here in the U.S. and see if you guys can guess the general area. And they get super specific with some of these.
All
so
right.
some of them are broad, others can get a little specific. So bottom of the list, the word is jeet, which simply means
jeet. Did you eat?
Did you eat? Yeah.
Jeet.
Jeet.
That's a Pittsburgh thing.
A little bit further west there, Miles. That is the Chicago urban that they say.
Also Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Also Pittsburgh. I believe it. I think it's in a
I mean,
handful
look,
of
one
different
place
areas.
is going to take credit, but it's always going to bleed out a couple of 100 miles. Yeah, Jeet.
Jeet yet.
How about...
That's just crazy.
Ted's got flashback.
It is, but when you realize when you're talking to someone, that's pretty much what you say.
Yeah.
Unless you have to repeat yourself. It'll exactly look at my kids like, Jeet, I promise you they would know what I'm saying. Because I'm sure when I say it, it's real close to that. If they did not hear me, then it's, did you eat?
Right.
Right, but you're the lip, Jeet.
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 The thing is that it's not a J. It's a DJ.
Yeah. Jeet. Jeet. Well, that way you know I'm asking a question.
Of course. Which means excuse me.
Oh, man. I do that a lot.
I've heard this one before.
I don't know.
I didn't know there was a
Carolinas?
regional one.
Midwestern.
Midwestern?
Apparently, it's huge in like Minnesota. Like that's the or maybe like North Dakota, but that's a big one. Oh,
I say ope a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I bump into someone unexpectedly, just I will follow that with a sorry or excuse me. But yeah, the first reaction is
Name the accent. This one just says nor'easter.
Ow, Boston,
Northeast?
Massachusetts,
New England. Yes, exactly.
Because that's where they get them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where they land.
Nor'easter.
Right. I mean, like in the Mid-Atlantic where I grew up, you still could recognize that storm as a nor'easter.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's more of a person as opposed to a word that somebody would use.
Well,
right?
they even it's a weather phenomenon.
It's a weather thing.
But they
that's right.
even when they do it on national news, it's like NOR apostrophe Easter.
I mean, it's basically almost a low form of like a tropical storm, right? It's a low that forms down in the Caribbean or whatever. Will kind of come up the coast, but it won't really hit till it'll turn into snow when it hits that cold high pressure zone in the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a classic nor'easter. But you're right. But I mean, like we said it, like you could tell, like, oh, it's a nor'easter. It's going up there.
Oh, God.
Basically, it's a winter hurricane, right? Or winter tropical storm.
Yeah,
You know
right.
what? Here's the law. It sucks. If they tell you a nor'easter's coming, I mean, like, dude, your kids are going to be home. You're going to shovel a lot.
Yeah.
Much like Jeet, this is several words smashed into one. Forget about it.
Down against Jersey.
New Jersey or New York.
New York City. Yeah. That's where they put that one.
Forget
New York
about
City.
it.
Forget about it. How about wood or ice?
Oh, that's got to be Jersey. You talk about water ice, right?
Very close to Jersey, but no. They call this one Philadelphia English.
Okay. I mean, but,
Same difference.
Yeah, Philly
ice?
and New Jersey, you exchange a lot.
They call
Well, if
them
you-
water ice?
That's
yeah.
what it is. Italian ice, water ice.
Yeah, it's water ice.
But
That's what
again,
they
you got to
mean.
keep in mind, most people that say they're from Philly technically live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
There you go.
It'd be like crossing Lake Washington, and that's a different state.
Exactly.
So, I mean, they're really nitpicking there.
They are.
Yeah, Philadelphia is technically the state capital of Jersey.
Okay.
I mean, that's what everyone says.
Chili heads.
Cincinnati.
No, further south. Way further
Texas?
south. A little bit further west. New Mexican English. Chili heads.
Chili heads.
like
the
peppers.
chilies,
Exactly,
right.
exactly. Talking accents here. Where is it from? Bear Jam.
Bear Jam?
Bear Jam.
Montana.
You're very, very close. Rocky Mountain.
Okay.
Colorado?
It's the Rocky Mountain accent.
Oh.
Yeah, just the name Bear Jam. Like, okay.
I'll tell you what, that girl, that's a bear jam on her.
I like the bear jelly.
Words like Tarney.
Tarney?
Tarney. Tawrney. Tarney.
Tawny?
Tarney.
I mean, is it tawny like a drink or
what
something?
does it mean?
Irish?
I have no idea.
Massachusetts?
But I believe they'd say it like Tarney.
Like Wisconsin?
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore. Tarney?
Tarney. Never heard that one.
Tawrney.
I don't.
Then again, they've gotten uber specific and they haven't.
I
been
don't
anywhere that you
know
guys have
what
been.
that word is, but when you say it, it does sound like something that would say in Baltimore.
Right?
Everything just kind of has, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's tourney.
Maybe
Like a tournament.
the tourney. Yeah, all right. Say no more.
Tourney town.
Yeah, they nailed it.
Who uses the word wicked?
Wicked, Boston.
Boston Urban, wicked smart.
I'm telling you though, man, go to Rhode Island and stuff. Their Boston accent is thicker down there than it is in Boston.
Probably because and it sounds stupid, like the country version of the Boston accent.
Yeah. I forget what city I was in. I couldn't fly to Boston. And I was sitting in this bar and I was just like I'm giggling. The bartender's like, is everything all right? I'm like, it seems like a joke.
Like they're making fun of people?
Because the thing is, it's the New England accent. Boston just gets credit because that's the big city there.
Correct.
But if you go anywhere new, New Hampshire, right? This super well-educated state, right? These people are making $800,000 a year, but when they talk to you, they sound stupid. There's a woman, they do, and I know it sounds. It's like having a Southern accent. Like, man, people think I'm dumb. I could have a freaking PhD, but the accent. So we do these volleyball tournaments, and all these, parent teams from around the country are there. And I remember there's beautiful older woman, and she's watching her son play, and I'm like, hey, what set are you guys in? Because we were taking the court next. Turns around, just stunningly gorgeous, and she's like, yeah, I think they're probably in the third set now, man. And I'm just like, jeez. She was dressed to the nines, like expensive jewelry. I'm just like, oh my God.
I feel like I saw like a TED Talk or some scientist giving a talk. Like he had a presentation.
Yeah.
He had the white lab coat with a suit, shirt, and tie and all that stuff. He went up there and he just started talking about all this and then it comes on here like that and it, like, doggone it, man.
There's
I
a
can't take
guy,
this seriously. You're using science talk with that accent.
One of the cable channels, and I don't remember which one it is, but it's one that I'll frequent, right? And they're talking to like 4 different physicists or engineers. All of them are PhDs, and they're having a round table discussion. And they're well, the chances of doing this because of flammability. And they get to this guy, and this guy seems to know more than they did.
The combustion
and
engine.
It's almost like Boomer, like, yeah, tell you what, man, you let that plasma in outer space, something bad gonna happen. And I'm like, but he knows what he's talking about.
Accents people don't hear much of anymore.
Also, I would say too, like we're used in England to like how different the accents are, even though it's a small country. You got to keep in mind, like the Boston one is so close, but Providence, Rhode Island's an hour away. But people on the Cape don't really talk like that. Same with Baltimore. Like I grew up closer to D.C.
No one.
You get up there, that accent's completely different, and it's 45 minutes.
That's wild. That is wild. I'm sure they got this one wrong, but they go down the shore.
Oh,
Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah, because that's down the ocean, right?
Down the ocean. Down the ocean.
Yeah.
Down the ocean.
And that's Baltimore.
Baltimore.
That's
like the rest of Maryland just doesn't talk like that.
No, I don't know what it is in Baltimore.
And all that stuff.
Where would you hear of a tag sale?
Tag sale.
Tag sale. It's a yard sale is what it is. They call
Is
it
that
a tag
Ohio?
sale. Nah.
I guess Midwest.
Hudson Valley.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Where do they use words like and literally?
California.
A little bit further north.
Washington.
Here.
Yes, the PNW.
The land of hella.
Like, literally, and hella.
Hella.
It's like upstate. Like to me, upstate New York is like Buffalo,
Rochester, Syracuse.
But everybody in New York City, if you're an hour upstate, like they're like, oh, you're upstate.
They're upstate.
Poughkeepsie. It's like it's an hour away.
Listen, just having lived in Rochester, that bugs the living piss out of me. Why is it Albany, upstate? I'm like, no, you're not upstate.
This area, you're not going to stop by. You're going to make a pass.
Make a pass.
Texas.
A little bit further east. Louisiana. Make a pass.
Well, that sounds about right.
Make a pass to the store.
You got their whole thing down there too.
Oh yeah,
man, Louisiana. Louisiana's.
I'm going here soon. So,
but even in New Orleans, man, one of the first gigs I got at a restaurant, the guy he showed me around, and I remember one of the things he said was, "Have you ever burled an egg?" And I said, "Bro, like I've never no." And just the look he gave me, like, okay, well. You take a pot of water. I'm like, boil an egg? And he goes, that's what I said. And I'm like, wow. But I realized everything that rhymes with oil is Earl, right?
Yes.
So you need an Earl change. We had aluminum furl. And have you ever burled an egg? But when he first said it, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I've cooked for so long. I've never heard of burling an egg.
I've seen, there's one guy in Louisiana, I think, that I've seen him make boils, and he calls them bowls.
Bowls?
Am I going to bowl?
Yeah, I'm making a bowl.
I'd say the idea you can actually cook, and you're like, that guy must have thought you were insane. Like, I have no idea how to boil an egg.
Well, seriously, the look he gave me, I'm like, why is he getting, like, is this in New Orleans? But he's just to eat, like, you take a pound of water. I'm like, boil?
Boil, bro.
That's what I said.
Y'all's pretty easy.
South.
That's just
Anywhere in the
the
South.
And then this is the last accent that they say is on the way out there. And instead of saying that you're about to, you say, fixin' to.
Fixin' to.
I mean, that could be a lot of places in the South.
West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee.
Appalachian.
Yeah.
Appalachian. Very good.
Fixin', and then you could short even more. Be like, man, Finn, get out of here.
Yeah, Finn.
Exactly.
Finn.
Yeah.
Exactly. A cat in Florida was about to be euthanized due to a blockage, but what doctors found saved her life, Miles.
What was found inside that cat?
How about it at 5:15?
Thanks, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:15 in the meantime. And we made it to drinking time.
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve at Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today we toast Frontier Airlines. Now, one thing we know as air travelers is that we need to follow the rules, whether we like them or not. And airlines are getting less and less tolerant of passengers who won't follow simple instructions. And Frontier is no exception. So they recently removed a woman from a flight because she wasn't listening to the flight attendants. Now, we do not know what the flight crew was instructing her to do, but she wouldn't listen and eventually was removed from the plane. Now, keep in mind, a gate agent even advocated on the woman's behalf, but the flight crew insisted that she was not listening to them. And the flight crew, actually, in this case, they were 100% correct because the passenger was deaf. So here's the flight doesn't take it off. I assume they're going through their safety, whatever crap, or whatever they got to say. But they kept saying she's not listening. They're going to throw her off the plane. Well, the gate agent then enters the plane to say, hey, she is deaf, and it's notated on her ticket because that's one of the things you do. They didn't care. And keep in mind, this woman gets this video. She was not doing anything. No. So it's not like she got obnoxious in response. Nothing. She was being as cordial as you could be. It's just that she can't hear, and that is why she, quote unquote, wasn't listening, and they threw her ass off the flight. Is it a bad luck for Frontier?
The video's awful.
Absolutely. Seriously.
The video's awful.
This woman put up no fight. There was no resistance. She was very cordial. She was very cool. She's even saying, like, I guess she's reading lips, but she's like, no, I am deaf. The gate agent walks on and says, no, the woman's deaf. Guys, it's on the ticket. They didn't care. Threw her ass off, quote unquote, again, for not listening. And again, they're not wrong. She wasn't, but also she can't.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal, man. So if you want to make yourself irritated, watch the video. So we pour this booze and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy.
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola bichola.
Ooh. All right, let's get a contestant on the line now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
There's a very real difference between the Righteous Brothers and Righteous Brothers. But first, a new television network is promising to air all of the classic children's cartoons from the 1970s and 80s. The Nostalgia Network, as they're calling it, plans to bring back a whole host of your favorite cartoons.
Yeah, they'll be new to me, Playboy.
You didn't watch cartoons when you were a kid?
I watched cartoons, man, just not the classics. We were too poor.
What are you even talking about? These cartoons weren't on pay TV, Felix. They aired for free on network television. Even poor people enjoyed them.
Yeah, I know that, but we were too poor to get the good cartoons, man. We only saw the knockoff versions.
Knockoff cartoons? Come on, Felix, that's not even a thing.
You weren't as poor as we were, man.
Felix, these cartoons aired on regular TV. If you owned a television, they were on. It didn't matter your financial situation. If you wanted to watch, say, the Thundercats, it was on.
Yeah, I heard about the Thundercats. Never saw it. We only got the Hunger Cats.
Hunger Cats?
Yeah, man, they were too broke to be heroic. They were just hungry, always looking for food.
That's ridiculous. What about Scooby-Doo? Surely you've seen Scooby-Doo.
Nah, man, we got Scooby no can do because he was too poor to do anything. Doing stuff costs money.
Felix, you're just making this up.
I'm doing no such thing, Stone. We were poor and we got poor people cartoons. You ever watch the G.I. Joe?
Sure, millions of children did.
Not me, man. I watched G.I. Poe.
G.I. Poe?
Yeah, because he was Poe. You ever see Tom and Jerry?
Of course. Tom and Jerry is one of the all-time classics.
Yeah, we just got Tom on my TV. Couldn't afford Jerry, Playboy.
Oh, come on.
Seriously, man. Never got to see the Incredible Hulk. We only got the mediocre Hulk.
The mediocre Hulk?
Yeah, and he was just that. Mediocre. Wasn't really strong. Didn't save anybody. He just kind of made hollow threats. Same thing with the Amazing Spider-Man. We had to watch the tolerable Spider-Man. And Pound Puppies, we got Ounce Puppies.
Okay, Felix, the Pound and Pound Puppies was about the fact that they lived at a dog pound. It was not about weight.
I know that, Stone. Ounce Puppies didn't live in a dog pound. The Ounce Puppies were just strays, man.
I remember Ounce Puppies.
You watched this Ounce Puppies cartoon.
When I hung out with my poor friends, I did. Felix is right. They were just stray dogs eating trash. That's why they were Ounce Puppies. They couldn't find enough food to be weighed in pounds. I also remember watching the Arkansas Raisins.
The Arkansas Raisins? What were the Arkansas Raisins?
They were like the California Raisins, man, but they were too broke to live in California, Playboy. I also used to watch Skinny Albert. He was too poor to be fat, man.
I see. Felix, did you see any normal cartoons when you were a kid?
I used to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, there you go. Finally, the Nostalgia Network has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the slew of cartoons set to air.
Which version?
What do you mean, which version? The Nostalgia Network plans to air the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. The same one everyone saw in the 1980s.
Yeah, but the one I saw, the Turtles ate ramen noodles because they were too poor to afford pizza.
So every cartoon you watched as a kid featured poor characters. Every one of them. That's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, man. Even Sesame Street.
Well, as I remember, everyone was struggling a bit on Sesame Street.
Yeah, but on my version, the street wasn't paved. It was a dirt road. In Schoolhouse Rock, we had Schoolhouse Sock. Just had this nasty-ass sock puppet teaching us poor kids what a noun is. A person, place, or thing you can't afford.
Are you being serious right now?
Nah, man, I never saw any of those cartoons. We didn't even have a TV.
Okay, I'm done here. Let's go to break.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhill, could you please tell everyone on Profile This is played?
I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. And as you listen to the story, well, based on stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Our caller has since hung up.
Game on.
You three gentlemen are playing against one another. And today, as always, you have a choice of one of three categories. We have Bite Me. In other words, what did someone find in their food? And also, seriously, Bite Me. We have Interior Decorating, where you guess the foreign object that ended up on the inside of someone. And finally today, Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem. Bite Me.
Wow. I went rogue.
My bad. You use your choice, bud. I thought you were looking at me for an answer.
I was. And you went Bite Me, right? So you won't bite me. All right, we go to the world of McDonald's, where a McDonald's customer bit into their Filet-O-Fish and discovered something both unexpected and unwanted. Then they snapped a picture of it, posted it to the internet, and reported it to the health department. Now, it's unlikely that the health department will do anything about it because what the customer found isn't, as they say, totally unexpected in fish, adding that it's safe to eat if cooked properly. McDonald's deep fries their filet of fish, so more than likely it's plenty hot. Now, one commenter, they saw the situation as a glass half full, pointing out that it shows that Mickey D's is using real fish.
Do they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do use real fish, for sure. Be that as it may, the customer was still not very happy about it. So the question is, what did they find in their Filet-O-Fish sandwich? Was it a worm? Was it a fish eye? Was it scales or was it a bone? So worm, eye, scale, or bone. What did they find in their Filet-O-Fish sandwich? How was your fish sandwich earlier there, Ted?
I had fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Actually,
right, not a sandwich.
Delicious.
All right.
I know there's been instances of a little bone being in them. But I'm going to say worm.
Worm. I'm going all in on a fish eye just because it seems cool.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go docile with a fish scale.
Oh,
Okay.
good word, by the way.
Thank you.
What did the customer bite into out of that fillet of fish? Was it a worm, a fish eye, scales, or a bone? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
You're listening to The Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Categories, find me on profile. That's a McDonald's customer bit into a filet of fish sandwich and found something in there. However, I guess I was coughing all over my speech.
Oh, I thought you just found that funny.
No.
Something is fish fillet.
And it tickled my throat all day. But either way, they said it was not abnormal for this to be found.
That's the health
They
department.
actually praised McDonald's because they said, look, it just proves that it's actual fish.
Well, it depends. So the health department's like, look, man, you're eating fish. You take the risk. It was someone online, the commenter goes, yeah, but at least they use real fish, which I never disputed. I don't know if that's how I'd want to find out.
So what was in that filet of fish? A worm, fish eye, scales, or a bone?
And here's the question that I posed to you, gentlemen. Let us start with giggly Miles Montgomery. You went with the old fish eye. It was not a fish eyeball. Mike, you went with the old fish scale.
Yes, I did.
Damn it! It was not a fish scale. And Ted, you went with the worm.
Worm.
Oops. You are correct.
What is happening? Well, you can't cook off a bone.
I mean, but if you deep fry it and be brittle enough, it can be dark.
Yeah.
The eyeball, I would like to think you would not recognize it after deep frying it. I don't know. But yeah, the worm. So she found this worm, and they're like, yeah, hey, man, fish have worms. And then, by the way, the worm itself, to bring comfort to everyone. All right. So the worm is called a nematode.
Oh.
And basically what they're saying is, if you have eaten fish, whether it is fresh or frozen, you've probably eaten at least one nematode in your life.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't Google it.
Now, for all TV news all the time, it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, your choices today. You got the Jimmys,
Fallon and Kimmel,
Seth Meyers, Colbert,
Steven,
or Ted Smith.
Is it Ted or is it late night?
It is right there. The title is guys have teams of talents and writers help them come up with their monologues each and every night. It is up to you to determine, is this an actual late night joke and from whom, or could it be a The Ted Smith original?
After Mardi Gras, actor Shia LaBeouf was arrested in New Orleans for fighting and general drunken mayhem, but he was granted permission to travel to Rome for his father's baptism. And the update on that story, which will be a shock to no one, is now he's been pictured shirtless in Italy asking for a light for his cigarette.
I think it's Fallon.
Colbert?
Smith.
Damn. Good one.
See that video?
I didn't.
Yeah, just in a lobby, just in his boxers.
Where, in Rome?
Yep.
Come on, man.
I don't know. He's so insane. I kind of like him now. Not sure how many people around the world know this, but the Oscars are held in a mall. The Dolby Theater is in a mall. There's a Foot Locker. There's a Johnny Rockets. For Barbara Streisand, she was so close to a Hot Topic store.
Colbert?
Fallon?
Kimmel.
I'm not sure how many people watching around the world know that the Oscars are held in a mall. You guys know. The Dolby Theater is in a mall. There's a Foot Locker. There's a Johnny Rockets. Barbara Streisand was like this close to a Hot Topic store.
Another big winner was Michael B. Jordan, who got Best Actor for his incredible performance of two parts in the movie Sinners. I'm starting to think this guy could be the Michael Jordan of acting.
Colbert.
Fallon.
Colbert.
Another big winner was Michael B. Jordan, who got Best Actor for his incredible performance of two parts in the movie Sinners. I'm starting to think this guy could be the Michael Jordan of acting.
Michael B. Jordan is so successful that he's announced he's retiring from acting to play baseball.
Is that Seth?
Seth.
Kimmel.
Michael B. Jordan is now so successful, he announced today he's retiring from acting to play baseball. He's been signed by the White Sox.
Michael Jordan once played baseball in the minor leagues, folks.
And I believe the quote I heard, it was from an anonymous coach, manager, just said he could not hit a curveball with an ironing board.
Yeah.
Damn.
There's a lot more stuff that's come out now that was like, if he had stuck with it, he would have figured it out.
I'm sure.
March Madness kicks off this week, and I read that 100 million brackets are expected to be filled out. We actually have an office party here. The stakes are pretty high. This year, the winner gets a gallon of gas.
Kimmel Fallon.
March Madness kicks off this week, and I read that 100 million brackets are expected to be filled out. Ooh. Yeah, we actually have an office pool here, and the stakes are pretty high. This year, the winner gets 1 gallon of gas.
Gas is expensive.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm kind of glad we had a caller earlier. Sorry. Thought I might.
Well, just bring it down today.
Teetering on sneezing, stopping, talking. Let's just get a little of that in there. We had a caller today talking about traditions, and he was saying that he likes to watch an Irish movie on St. Patrick's Day. Yeah. Which kind of helps me as it leans into this one, which is the best movies to watch for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay. Leprechaun, starring Jennifer Aniston.
Number 3 on the list.
I was joking. Jesus.
Well, keep in mind, these are like movies that either... like Leprechaun's on the list. It's number 3, right? So or it's Boston.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I'll say Miller's Crossing.
Ooh, good call. I got Leprechaun, but you didn't get Miller's Crossing.
Well, was that like a true story? Wasn't that an Irish gangster movie?
So that's the issue, Miles. A lot of these are just stupid movies. Number 10 on the list was Belfast. It's a 2021 one.
I know nothing about it, but it's called Belfast.
Northern Ireland? Yeah. Makes sense. Shout out to Ron. They did put on there, Sinners could be on the list. Aren't they supposed to be Irish vampires?
Mm-hmm. Spoiler alert.
Oh,
I'm here to suck your blood, matey. Jeez. Give me some of that Nick.
Now, again, there's nothing Irish about this movie other than it's set in Boston, and they're supposed to be Irish descent. The Departed.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, I think St. Patrick's Day when I saw that movie.
It is a great film.
It's not a bad movie, but I mean, just, okay.
I mean, by that logic, is The Irishman on there? What was that 3-hour-long Netflix show that had no Irishman in it?
All the Italian guys playing Irish guys.
That's still one of my best lines out of my mom ever.
What's that?
She goes, I don't get it. They're all Italian.
Yeah.
Leap Year from 2010. These are movies to watch on St. Patrick's Day.
Not familiar with that one.
Sounds like a rom-com. Leap Year?
It does. It does sound like.
I thought you'd be on that one, Mike.
No, sir.
From 2022, you have the Banshees of Irishmen.
Well, Banshees, that makes sense. It goes back to the Irish thing.
Again, yeah.
I'm assuming it's a horror movie.
Yeah, if it's a Banshee, it's probably horror.
I mean, I can't imagine, let's call it Banshee, but it's a rom-com.
Could be about terrible women.
Yeah, that's true. It's a documentary.
2024, Irish Wish.
Don't know that one.
Don't know. It's from 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, they're just digging we just need something Irish.
All right. Gangs in New York.
I know that one.
Okay.
2002. Yeah, okay. That makes the list. Again,
it was kind of like Miller's Crossing. You had an Irish mob group going up against an Italian one.
Yeah.
So same idea.
Same with The Departed, right? They're basically Irish mob. So Gangs on New York was number 5. Number 4 on the list of movies to watch on St. Patrick's Day, Darby O'Gill and the Little People from 1959.
And the Little People.
Leprechaun movie, I'm guessing.
Or maybe The Making of Leprechauns, since it's the Little People. You know, there's no male or female leprechaun.
Yeah, I heard that, man.
Yeah. Number 3 on the list, Thrill already mentioned it, Leprechaun.
Somebody here says Jennifer Aniston is pretty funny in Leprechaun. Basically, she just plays a version of Rachel.
Yeah.
I believe that.
2001, The Luck of the Irish.
The Luck of the Irish.
That was a Disney movie. I loved that movie.
There you go.
What is it about?
So, what's it about? I'm going to screw this up because it's been a long time since I've seen it.
There's a woman who poops in a cake.
No, what it is this.
It's a basketball
kid.
team.
It's called Matilda.
Right. This kid has this luck. I don't know what the luck is. He has a lucky charm of some kind that he uses, and he's really adept at basketball. And then
he has a lucky gold coin.
There you go. And then this dude, who's an actual Irishman, takes it. He takes his luck, as it were, and then he starts changing into a leprechaun.
All right.
The kid does, and so now he has to get his luck back before he completely changes into a leprechaun.
And only if he has the coin, he can hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, with his lucky gold coin on his side, 15-year-old Kyle Johnson.
Yeah.
He gets everything in life and is also the best basketball player on his team. Well, Heritage Day is approaching, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And every time Kyle asks where his family came from, his parents, Kate and Bob, they changed the subject. He finds out that his dad has changed his last name, but doesn't know why. Yeah, then they find out they're of leprechaun heritage.
And truthfully, the Irish, it's always the luck of the Irish for they don't have the best luck.
I'll say historically speaking, I don't want that luck. It's like saying sleep like a baby. Like you have never had a baby.
So I guess Tom Cruise hasn't done an Irish movie where he plays an Irishman.
No, so the number
Cocktail?
one movie they recommend to watch on St. Patrick's Day has nothing to do with the country of Ireland.
All right.
It is St. Patrick's Day.
Rudy.
Oh, not bad.
Bob, you could put that on the list.
Yeah.
I'd say it's an action film.
What year are we talking?
1999.
1999.
Action.
I love this movie. When you rewatch it, it's not as good. It's
Boondock Saints.
Good.
yes.
Oh,
there
I love
you go.
Boondock
Boondocks.
Saints.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the number one movie they recommend to watch.
Fantastic film.
And fun for the whole family. Gather your kids around. And then curse my name if you do that.
Where's my cat?
I was going to say the name of this cat. What is the name of this
I
cat?
swear you say that cat's name.
All right, let's see. Whenever you have the Oscars, there's always some stuff that comes up afterwards. Like we talked about, Sean Penn was not there. He had a decent reason. He was over in the Ukraine. He won for Best Supporting Actor, meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
It's funny. Who's Culkin's brother? Kieran Culkin. Right? So he goes up on stage. He's like, Sean Penn wins. I'm going to accept the award on behalf of Sean Penn. He's not here today. He has other obligations. Or he just doesn't want to be.
Or he doesn't want to be.
Because with Sean Penn, that's very possible.
Yep.
Michael B. Jordan, I think everybody saw the pictures. He went to In-N-Out afterwards.
Cha-ching.
Great move.
Good, correct call out of you. Tiana Taylor, she was in the news. She had some words with a member of the Oscar security team.
Uh-oh.
She says he shoved him. The Academy apologized. Yeah.
I think it's a mall cop. I'm saying if it's at a mall.
It was a security.
Hey, man, you can't be here. What are you doing?
Get out, man.
Timothy Chalamet, who I still love, the guy, but he caught a lot of heat for saying nobody likes the opera or whatever anymore.
Yep. You mean for being honest?
Yeah.
Look at those searing record sales on opera. You
then
might
I guess
go.
a lip-reading expert says you could see him tell his sister, go easy on his girlfriend, Kylie Jenner, when they greeted each other.
I think he said it like Ricker. Go easy.
Look, at the end of the day, while they're super famous, they're also still people.
Yes.
So I'm sure there's probably some thoughts on the Jenner family, but I can imagine him just be like, go easy tonight. Like, come on.
But are you an expert lip reader? You just saying you are. What he actually said is, oh, sleazy, right? Could have said anything.
And then the biggest one that's going around, I'm sure you've seen the pictures, somehow became political. People are blaming celebrities for leaving the Dolby Theater trashed, right? Everyone had a little snack box underneath their seat. Looked like nobody cleaned after themselves. As they say
shocked?
here. Well, hang on. Two things, though. First, like a lot of people are saying, like, dude, that was up in the balconies. Those are just people watching.
Yeah.
Right? And I do agree. Clean up movie theaters. I said it last week. But then also, so there's no celebrities up there. So this isn't Hollywood people thinking they're better than you. Second, sources say the audience was told, hey, today, just leave it behind.
Sure.
Like, just exit in a timely manner. We'll clean it up.
It's probably easier. Honestly, I think it'd be easier. Hey, just get up and leave. Because the sooner you're actually out of here and we're not forming lines at the trash can, blah, 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 we can get this place cleaned up. That's all.
And they'll go around with bags instead of one can being full in the lobby.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, look, every movie theater, they're going to come through and clean it. I was just saying, sometimes you see places and you're just like, right, but there's no reason. You could still walk your trash out.
I think in the movie theater, yes. But if the movie theater said, hey, ladies and gentlemen, for this particular show, just leave your crap. All right.
Let's see. You got some sports on tonight. You got the World Baseball Classic, the championship game. Again, hard to. I hope we win it. I'm excited about it. I know some of the people don't like it. It's early in the season, but we've had different players. Julio came out and said it was more important. Hell, Aaron Judge came out yesterday and was like, this seems bigger than the World Series right now. So that's going on right now if you want to check that out. And then if you want to watch the first four, there's 2 games on tonight. You can watch a little bit of the tournament starting.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Ted. We appreciate it. You're listening to the Men's
Tonight, there's a very real difference between the Righteous Brothers and Righteous Brothers. But first, a new television network is promising to air all of the classic children's cartoons from the 1970s and 80s. The Nostalgia Network, as they're calling it, plans to bring back a whole host of your favorite cartoons.
Yeah, they'll be new to me, Playboy.
You didn't watch cartoons when you were a kid?
I watched cartoons, man, just not the classics. We were too poor.
What are you even talking about? These cartoons weren't on pay TV, Felix. They aired for free on network television. Even poor people enjoyed them.
Yeah, I know that, but we were too poor to get the good cartoons, man. We only saw the knockoff versions.
Knockoff cartoons? Come on, Felix, that's not even a thing.
You weren't as poor as we were, man.
Felix, these cartoons aired on regular TV. If you owned a television, they were on. It didn't matter your financial situation. If you wanted to watch, say, the Thundercats, it was on.
Yeah, I heard about the Thundercats. Never saw it. We only got the Hunger Cats.
Hunger Cats?
Yeah, man, they were too broke to be heroic. They were just hungry, always looking for food.
That's ridiculous. What about Scooby-Doo? Surely you've seen Scooby-Doo.
Nah, man, we got Scooby no can do because he was too poor to do anything. Doing stuff costs money.
Felix, you're just making this up.
I'm doing no such thing, Stone. We were poor and we got poor people cartoons. You ever watch the G.I. Joe?
Sure, millions of children did.
Not me, man. I watched G.I. Poe.
G.I. Poe?
Yeah, because he was Poe. You ever see Tom and Jerry?
Of course. Tom and Jerry is one of the all-time classics.
Yeah, we just got Tom on my TV. Couldn't afford Jerry, Playboy.
Oh, come on.
Seriously, man. Never got to see the Incredible Hulk. We only got the mediocre Hulk.
The mediocre Hulk?
Yeah, and he was just that. Mediocre. Wasn't really strong. Didn't save anybody. He just kind of made hollow threats. Same thing with the Amazing Spider-Man. We had to watch the tolerable Spider-Man. And Pound Puppies, we got Ounce Puppies.
Okay, Felix, the Pound and Pound Puppies was about the fact that they lived at a dog pound. It was not about weight.
I know that, Stone. Ounce Puppies didn't live in a dog pound. The Ounce Puppies were just strays, man.
I remember Ounce Puppies.
You watched this Ounce Puppies cartoon.
When I hung out with my poor friends, I did. Felix is right. They were just stray dogs eating trash. That's why they were Ounce Puppies. They couldn't find enough food to be weighed in pounds. I also remember watching the Arkansas Raisins.
The Arkansas Raisins? What were the Arkansas Raisins?
They were like the California Raisins, man, but they were too broke to live in California, Playboy. I also used to watch Skinny Albert. He was too poor to be fat, man.
I see. Felix, did you see any normal cartoons when you were a kid?
I used to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, there you go. Finally, the Nostalgia Network has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the slew of cartoons set to air.
Which version?
What do you mean, which version? The Nostalgia Network plans to air the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. The same one everyone saw in the 1980s.
Yeah, but the one I saw, the turtles ate ramen noodles because they were too poor to afford pizza.
So every cartoon you watched as a kid featured poor characters. Every one of them. That's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, man. Even Sesame Street.
Well, as I remember, everyone was struggling a bit on Sesame Street.
Yeah, but on my version, the street wasn't paved. It was a dirt road. In Schoolhouse Rock, we had Schoolhouse Sock. Just had this nasty-ass sock puppet teaching us poor kids what a noun is. A person, place, or thing you can't afford.
Are you being serious right now?
Nah, man, I never saw any of those cartoons. We didn't even have a TV.
Okay, I'm done here. Let's go to break. Hello, friends. Your In-Action News team here, ready to answer another of your inquiries about common knowledge subjects.
Yeah, way to call them out on common knowledge subjects, Playboy. Might as well just say, are you stupid? We can help.
Not now, Felix. This one is from Danielle, who says, Dear In-Action News, I'm happy to say I just got my first car. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
But I've heard about changing the oil, and I don't even know where to start.
I would start at the oil pan.
Yes, Danielle, changing the oil is a vital part of maintaining the health and longevity of your car. Traditionally, mechanics would recommend changing your oil once every 3 months or 3,000 miles. But with newer technology, vehicles can last up to 5 or 10,000 miles before needing a change.
We always just waited until it started smoking, like my Nana. She was always chain smoking in the car, man.
That sounds terrible for both the car and you. How many cars did your family go through?
I don't have that many fingers, Playboy.
I can imagine. Anyway, keep track of how long it's been since you last changed using the odometer or trip meter on your dash. When it comes to finally changing the oil, you can seek help from a local mechanic or do it yourself.
Just make sure you get motor oil. Don't use canola oil. It does not have the same effect.
Why on earth would you think canola oil would properly lubricate an engine?
Well, we didn't. But my dad worked late, and he put ballpark franks in the oil reservoir to cook on his way home. Saves time and money.
You ate hot dogs cooked in an oil reservoir?
Yeah, man, we call them reservoir dogs.
Be sure to like and subscribe on all In Action News pages on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go.
Hey,
What's going
check
on?
out the shoes.
The Sandwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day Parade. I love Sandwood. So shout out to all my fellow Sandwoodians and to everybody that is here celebrating our tiny little town. Thank you guys for being here.
Football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The number one word that comes back every single time is community. And we can feel it today. That's why I'm here. This is a public service announcement.
My boss told me I was in a loud environment. I think it's right.
How we doing, Karen?
So great. This is amazing. Best turnout ever.
Good Lionheart. Woo!
Thank you everyone for coming out to Scanwood shortest St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Stanwood, man. It's
Thank you,
fun,
Stanwood.
guys. Thank you, everybody.
All right, here we go. London fire officials once again have to tell people it's not a good idea to smoke while in bed. Meanwhile, a Florida cat has surgery to remove 26 items that you put on your head. Woman removed from a plane says what? Virginia residents now know to keep their blinds shut. And maybe not the best idea to try and ski over a frozen lake. It's time for your headline.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my car.
And top three, we're going to Florida, where a cat still has all 9 lives. The cat named Midnight. What kind of cat do you think it was? Was turned over to a rescue shelter after her owners felt like there was...
Wait a minute. I got a black cat named Rainbow. It means nothing.
Jesus.
Just can we get more creative? Doggone it. Let's see. She was turned over to a rescue shelter after her owners felt that there was no other option to combat a blockage that she was suffering from. Midnight had been turned over for euthanasia, but vets at the rescue shelter took her into surgery instead in an attempt to remove said blockage. And good thing they did, as doctors discovered in surgery the cause of Midnight's blockage. 26 hair ties that she managed to swallow through her short 6-year lifespan.
Dumbass.
The surgery was a complete success, and Midnight is now recovering, showing a healthy appetite once again.
All right, say I live in northern Norway,
Northern Norway.
Do I name? I'm sure I'd blend right in. But do you name a white cat midnight? I'm just saying the sun is still up sometimes, you know.
But I would appreciate that irony. If this was an all-white cat named Midnight, I'd laugh my ass off, much like I did as soon as you said that Rainbow Janet was going to be your black cat.
And apparently that was not funny to my daughter. That's how she got a cat. Asked me for years, Dad, I want to get a cat, I want to get a cat, I want to get a cat. And I'm just like, what would you name this magic cat? Because specifically she wanted a black cat. Right? What would you name? It's like Rainbow. It's like, we're getting her a cat.
You're getting her a dog.
He's naming a black cat Rainbow. I'm all
That's the
in.
idea of you living in Norway.
Yeah. What's up, fella? How'd you find me?
That's what I was just thinking.
Satellite image.
Like, yeah, so me and Mike are here visiting. We have a buddy.
Tall,
black.
Oh, yeah.
The legend of Steve. Yeah. Yes. We know where Bobby hangs out at. Like, no ass.
There he is.
We know.
Found him.
He's like Mr. Norway now.
Hey.
You guys want to see the biathlon? Like, all right, dude. No more Raven stuff.
They all know him by name when he walks in.
Steve! How'd you know?
Thrill's dead, man. This is my Norse name.
That's right.
Okay.
Norse Steve.
He's really
Call me
got
North
into it.
Steve now.
Steve the Thor Hill.
It's my radio name, guys. They call me Thor.
Doggone it. In other news, a driver in Toronto was stopped for speeding and ended up with additional charges. Local authorities clocked the driver at more than 120 miles an hour in a 70 and initiated a stop. Charges were filed against the driver and all 4 passengers were removed so authorities could tow the vehicle from the scene. While preparing it for transport, officers found something else a little troubling in the trunk. 2 passengers also hiding in there. Yes. The vehicle.
But passengers, right?
Yeah, they were passengers.
Okay.
They were not hostages. They were just passengers. The vehicle was impounded, and the driver's facing 5 charges. Okay, including stunt driving, and their license was suspended for a month. I don't know why.
That's not so bad,
right?
When you consider all of it, kind of going, all right.
You're speeding, and you got 2 people in your trunk, man.
Yeah, but they don't know.
Come on. Over in the UK, crews responded to a house fire with a lame source. They arrived to find the fire in the second floor bedroom and were fortunately able to extinguish it before it extended into the attic space. Ventilation operations were completed and all the smoke had been cleared from the building, but it did leave 4 occupants displaced and resulted in $50,000 worth of damage. All because somebody did not properly dispose of a cigarette.
Damn.
Local authorities took this opportunity to remind folks to always ensure that smoking materials are fully extinguished before disposing them.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's a basic rule.
There's an ashtray.
Yeah.
Put it in the ashtray.
Put it out.
Come on, man. It ain't that hard. A man in Florida landed himself in jail thanks to his money-making scheme. The man allegedly contacted a local resident and introduced himself as Officer Shepard, who was making the call to inform the citizen of a jury duty issue that needed to be resolved. Long story short, the resident was ordered to pay $1,350 or turn himself into the local county sheriff's office. The citizen sent the money to the phone number provided by Officer Shepard, which was also used to trace his location by real officers, and he was arrested. The sheriff's office reminded folks that local law enforcement would never request payment over the phone for such matters and encourage people to report calls to local police if they're suspicious of calls. I will double down on that because not so long ago, I got similar calls, and they damn near got me.
Oh, really?
Really? Yeah. Same thing. You skipped out on jury duty. You're in big trouble. You need to pay us. Basically, it was right around $1,300, something like that.
How about I'll pay you what you pay jurors?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
We'll call it even.
It was either do that or turn yourself in at the county sheriff's office, where you'd be fingerprinted, you would be brought in, you would be technically arrested, you'd be brought up on charges. Yeah, all right. And they had all the jargon with it, and we looked up at the county sheriff's office. They're like, but the office is closed. It's like, oh yeah, there would be an officer there ready to process you at that time, and blah blah blah. No, you can't go anywhere. You're a flight risk. You need to stay on the phone. And they tell you specifically not to talk to other people. Let me put it out there for you right now. If law enforcement's talking to you, they don't care if you share the information with other people. It's not a thing.
In fact, they would love it if you would, because it helps them in court.
Yes. Yes.
They'd be like, if you murder someone, cops like, talk to as many people as you can. Please.
Exactly. Yeah, they say that it's like a confidentiality breach or something like that results in like a $10,000 additional fine.
I didn't sign a contract with you, homie.
Exactly. So just know that. If they tell you that you can't talk to anybody, they're lying to you. And then eventually the wife called 911 And she said, here's the deal. They're like, yeah, it's a scam. Hang up the phone. Like, okay, thank you.
It'd be funny if you called 911 and found out it was a scam.
Yeah, right.
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, that's totally right.
You're a flight risk.
But just in case those stories have bad taste about
jury duty. Yeah, you're a flight risk.
Yeah, right.
For jury duty.
Thankfully, there's good news.
A couple from Germany got themselves out of a perilous position using a tried and true method. They were skiing 104 miles across a frozen lake that separates Finland and Sweden when they got themselves stuck on a floe, a large floating sheet of ice that broke off while they were aboard, sending their equipment into the water and leaving them stranded. I believe Steve was actually out there just waving at them as they went by. Finnish border guards received a distress call at 6:30 in the morning and sent out a search plane and a hovercraft, but how they were able to track them down in such a large frozen lake, the couple used chunks of ice to spell out SOS on the lake. Leading to their discovery and rescue, it took about 5 hours, but they were brought back to safety and are doing just fine. Yay.
I was wondering, what if you spelled like everything's fine? I get the feeling they would still
I'm
go.
good.
Yeah.
It's a prank.
No worries.
It's a prank. Steve's here.
Norway Steve?
The Norse Steve? Yeah, that guy.
Norse Steve? The Thor Hill? Men's Room Sports, college hoops are on ESPN channels and True TV, pro basketball on NBC and Peacock, and the Kraken are here at home against the Lightning. Puck drops at 7 on TNT tonight. It's not on Kong or King or any of that. It's on TNT. As far as your weather, should have a healthy dose of rain tonight with a low of 51. Tomorrow, they're expecting more showers and a high right around 56. That is it for your headlines. With that, Mike Hawk is out.
Thanks, sir. We'll see you next time for the return of Who Sucks Less. The lovely Jolene's up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network. Oh, man! A Double Flush production.